Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Milton Mills, and I am here to talk to you today about what the Bible has to say about plant-based diets and animal rights. And this is a subject that is near and dear to my heart because as a Christian, it is very important to me to understand the things that God has said to us in His Word, and to understand what He wants for us as human beings. And what is very clear is that the Bible talks a lot about food and what we should eat. We have very clear um, uh, information about what God designed us to eat. And it's very, very, I think, impressive that the things that the Bible has been recommending for human beings for thousands of years, science is now showing is absolutely the best diet for us, the diet that keeps us the healthiest with the lowest risk for disease and helps us live the longest with the lowest risk for dementia, as well as infections and other problems. So that's what we're going to explore today, what God's Word is telling us about what we should be eating and what God designed for us to eat. But the Bible also says that spiritual things are spiritually discerned. And Jesus said, where two or three people are gathered together in His name, He would be there to help us, one, know His presence, understand His intent for us, and to gain the understanding and wisdom that we need. So with that, I'm just going to ask you individually to bow your heads for a minute while I invite God to be with us. Dear Father, please bless us with your Holy Spirit to open our minds up to understanding, to receive the wisdom, truth, and guidance that you have graciously, mercifully, and lovingly placed in your word as our guidebook for our lives. These things I ask in the name of Jesus, your Son, our Savior. Amen. So let me just start off by saying that, we've all had the experience of filling out a card, a greeting card, or a sympathy card or something online when we order, like maybe flowers or a gift. And one of the things that they tell you right at the outset is that you have X number of characters, maybe 100, maybe 2 characters that you can fit on this card. And when you are faced with that kind of limitation, you think about what you're going to write down before you just start writing or typing, because you know that you have to make every word count because you have very limited space. Well, God faced a similar issue when He decided what He would put in His word, the Bible, which is, a finite book. Now, St. John, the 21st chapter, verse 25 says that the world itself wouldn't be large enough to contain all of the books it would take to tell us about everything that Jesus did in His life. Therefore, we are given 4 Gospels that outline and cover the life of Christ, which God in His wisdom has decided tells us what we need to know about the life of Jesus when He was here on this earth. But we also have to understand that that means that every word in those books has meaning and importance. And Psalms 40 verse 5 says that God's words and thoughts are more than can be numbered or told. So again, we have to realize that every word in the Bible and in both sections of the Bible are important. And the Bible truths that are imparted to us are not only important for what they tell us, but also for how they tell us those truths. And I think one of the most startling things that jumps out at you when you sort of take an overview of the Bible is that you notice that much of the Bible is history. It is the history of God's dealing with His people in various points throughout human history. And that in and of itself tells you, or tells us, I should say, the importance of understanding the past, understanding history as a means of guiding our lives and helping us understand what we can expect to encounter as we move through life and deal with other human beings. As the adage goes, past is prologue, and what has been done in the past will be done again, and those who fail to remember the past are doomed to repeat it. But we're going to take a more positive spin on that, understanding that what we're being told through the books that are contained in the Bible are to be our signposts and guideposts for life. So to take just kind of a broad overview of the Bible in its simplest construction, the Bible actually is telling us a very simple and straightforward story. It tells us that God created a perfect world for humanity, when that world was first created, its perfection, both humans and all animals were completely vegan because there was no death, there was no dying. So all creatures were plant-based. And unfortunately, human beings, through disobedience to God's clear instructions, brought sin, and with its attendant evils, death and decay, into this world. And because of that, God was confronted with an issue. Do I, wipe this world out of existence, wipe this race of beings out of existence and start all over? Or do I come up with a plan to fix it? And John tells us that God so loved this world and the humans that he put in it, that rather than destroy it, he gave himself in the agency of his son to us as a gift, a sacrifice to cancel out the debt of sin that we had brought into existence, so that he could remove the sin both from us and from this world and save those who wanted to be saved. So God created a way through the gift and sacrifice of his son to cancel out the debt of sin and remove sin from our nature and restore the world to its perfect state. And the Bible goes on to tell us that when sin is eventually and finally vanquished from this world and the universe, that everything will then be as God first created it. So that we have God creating a perfect world, people brought sin into the world, God came up with a plan to bridge that gulf, to bring the world back to the condition in which he first created it. And that's why in Isaiah chapter 11, verses 6-7, we're told that when the world is made perfect again, all creatures, including humans, will once again be plant-based. That's the very famous passages that speak of the lion laying down with the lamb, and the wolf eating straw like the ox, and that it says that there will be nothing to hurt or destroy in all of the world, because the world will be filled with the knowledge of God. Well, so we know then from that God's desire and his reference point for us from a dietary standpoint is that we be plant-based. That's how we were created, and that's how we will definitely once again be, although we don't have to wait till the world is remade to do that. We can choose to do that now. And so again, when you read the Bible, one of the things that should jump out at us is the fact that the Bible talks about food a lot. When you read the Bible carefully, you see that food was central to and important in our relationship with God, both before human beings fell from grace and after the fall. And it could be argued that it's even more important. Our diet is even more important for in the role it plays in our relationship with God after we fell from grace, because the change the change in the nature of the way that we communicate with God. Before human beings became imperfect, the Bible says that God used to come down in the cool of the evening every day to commune with human beings face to face. But we're also told in the Bible that sin cannot survive in the presence of God because he's perfect, and that his just his essence will destroy sin as naturally as light destroys darkness. And therefore, once human beings became sinful, we could no longer, in our sinful state, communicate with God face to face. That communication had to take place with him through our minds, through the agency of his Holy Spirit, speaking to us, interacting with us in our minds. Well, clearly, it should make sense to us immediately that if our minds are not working properly, then the quality of the interaction that we are able to have with God will be adversely affected. So there are many, many passages in the Bible telling us what people ate, but not only what they ate, but what they did after they ate something. So part of God's first instructions to human beings after he created us in the perfect state was he told Adam and Eve what to eat. In Genesis 1:21, after he placed them in the garden, he told them to be vegans, in essence, to be entirely plant-based. And interestingly, the human diet at that time was a fruit-based diet. The plants that are referred to as herbs of the field were reserved for the animals. And then part of the first gospel sermon preached to humanity after Adam and Eve sinned, God changed the human diet. He enlarged it. He told Adam and Eve that they would not only be eating fruit at that time, but that they would, he enlarged their diets to include, quote, the plants of the field. And that is Genesis 3:18. And we'll talk about the reasons for that in a little bit. So Jesus compares himself to food. He calls himself the bread of life. And so in this message, we will explore what God is trying to tell us and teach us about why food is so important to our spiritual well-being. So the Bible's instructions on health have always been a part of the gospel. And the reason, again, with just a little thought will become immediately obvious. Because if we are not healthy, if we are sick, or worse, if we are so consumed with disease, we are in the process of dying, that is obviously going to interfere with our ability not only to interact with God, to be able to hear his voice, but also we won't be able to be used by God to help other people in this world. So as John says in 1 John, beloved, I pray above all things that you would be prosper and be in good health. The Bible teaches that a proper diet has always been of paramount importance to God. God's first instructions, as I said before, to humans was on the proper diet to maintain physical and spiritual health. And again, interestingly, when you step back and take a more objective view of what we're being told, it's interesting that in order to maintain physical health, he told Adam and Eve what they should eat. Told them that they should eat the fruit, all of the trees that were bearing fruit. But to maintain their spiritual health, he told them what not to eat. Which again, that tells you right off the top that there are foods that can negatively impact our spiritual health and our ability to interact and understand with God. By defying God's instructions on what not to eat, Adam and Eve destroyed both their and our spiritual and physical health. And as we will again see, this is a recurring theme as you read the Bible. So, and incidentally, in addition to telling Adam and Eve to get about their diet, God also told them to get regular exercise because he instructed them that they were to, quote, dress the garden and keep it. In other words, do the upkeep on the garden. Get out, get amongst the plants, till them, train them, make sure that they were growing properly and so that they would be nurtured. And in that way, they would be getting regular exercise. So from the very beginning, diet and health, and diet and exercise, excuse me, were the keys to good health, and they still are. So when we go back to that first gospel sermon that was preached by Jesus when he confronted Adam and Eve after their fall, at that time, as I mentioned before, God expanded their diet to include what the Bible refers to as the herbs of the field or the plants of the field, which are your vegetables, grains, and legumes, and root vegetables, which again, previously had been reserved for the animals. The other thing he did was he put a curse on the earth. He told Adam, cursed is the earth for your sake. And I want to be very clear about this, because all too often when people speak of that moment or that scene in the Bible, they talk of it as being a punishment, that God came down to punish Adam and Eve. That is not what he said. What he said was, I am going to put a curse on my beautiful creation, on this perfect world that I created, but I'm doing it for your sake. In other words, he made it physically harder for us to earn a living from the earth. He said, cursed is the earth for your sake. In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread. And these changes, as I said before, they weren't a punishment. They were done for our benefit. Because before the fall, Adam and Eve had access to the tree of life. And we're told in Genesis 3, verse 22, that the fruit of the tree of life had the power to perpetuate life indefinitely, because God and Jesus are talking, and they say we have to bar humanity's access to the fruit of the tree of life, otherwise they will continue to eat of it and become eternally living sinners. So number one, even in our perfect state, we weren't immortal. We have to continually eat from the fruit of the tree of life to maintain that immortality. But only those who are perfect and sinless have the right to have access to that fruit. There's nothing in the universe that is immortal except God. And that's why when John saw in his vision New Jerusalem, where the redeemed will be brought to live, he saw lined up on either side of the crystal river flowing from God's throne, trees of life that he said the redeemed will eat from. He said they bore 12 different types of fruit, and people will eat from them throughout eternity to maintain their eternal life. That's found in Revelation chapter 22. We're also told in Revelation 22, verse 2, that the leaves of the tree of life are for healing. It says they're for the healing of the nations. So the fruit and the leaves of the tree of life provided the nutrients to rebuild and sustain our bodies, heal any injuries people may have incurred, and repair cellular damage. That is, when we had access to it. But since God was barring human access to fruit, he had to partially replace some of the nutrients that we would no longer be getting from the fruit of the tree of life. And that is what we would find in the plants of the field, or the fruits, vegetables, grains, and legumes. And also because sin brings with it the tendency of our bodies to decay and to eventually die, and susceptibility to disease. We also find that within grains, vegetables, legumes, and root vegetables are phytochemicals and compounds, antioxidants, and so forth, that are high in protein, high in fiber, that can help rebuild our bodies and gives us the vitamins, minerals, antioxidants, and other phytochemicals that help us ward off disease. Science has documented and confirmed all of this. That's why God enlarged our diet. He took away the fruit of the tree of life, but added the plants of the field, which partially replaced some of the nutrients we would now be missing from not able to have access to that fruit. So again, the reason God enlarged our diet was to partially replace the things that we would now be missing, no longer, because we no longer had access to fruit of the tree of life. And the other problem with sin is that once we became imperfect, instead of our bodies remaining healthy and vital and young, they started to decay and to fall apart. And so we had to then work harder to stay in shape and to remain healthy. And everybody knows this, because if you don't go to the gym, you just sit on the couch, you start to look like the couch. But in order to be fit, be healthy, and maintain your vigor, you have to exercise on a regular basis. But again, because our bodies are now starting to decay as opposed to staying healthy, we have to work harder at it to stay in shape. And that is, again, why he put a curse on the earth, so that we would have to do that harder work to counteract the tendency of our bodies to start to decay and fall apart. So again, we all know this, because as I said before, we sit on the couch, watch TV, we start to look like the couch. So that is why God said, "Curse is the earth for thy sake, and the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread." So by working harder, we would counteract a tendency of our bodies to fall apart. Now, I ask you, did God only change our diets because he was interested in our physical health? In other words, did he just enlarge our diet and curse the earth just because he wanted us to be healthy and look good? Well, clearly, although that was part of it, that was not the most important reason, because if that was his only concern, he would have let us continue to eat from the fruit of the tree of life. So there's a connection between the food that we eat and our spiritual health. And there always has been. And that is why, again, when you read the Bible objectively, and you receive that spiritual discernment from God's Spirit, you begin to understand why the Bible is constantly telling us about food and about what people ate. We are frequently told about what both righteous and unrighteous people ate. Now, let's start with one of the earliest stories in the Bible about, and that has to do with Isaac, who was the son of Abraham, and his wife Rebecca, and their two sons, Jacob and Esau. And we again are told about how Rebecca conspired with Jacob to deceive Isaac so that he would place Esau, who was the older son's blessing on his younger brother, Jacob. Now, the thing that always confused me about that story and made it seem a little bizarre and far-fetched was the fact that we're told that Jacob put on a goat skin, that his brother Esau was very hairy, whereas Jacob was not as hairy as his older brother. And so in order to deceive his father, he put a goat skin on his back and went in to his father and pretended to be Esau and had his father give him Esau's blessing. Well, again, when I first started reading the Bible, when I first, encountered that story, I'm like, wait a minute, who couldn't tell a human being with a rug on their back from a real person? But then I went back and I read the story much more carefully, and there's a lot of detail I had initially missed. The Bible says that, number one, it says, Isaac's eyes were dim. That's Genesis 27, verse 1. And what that is referring to is that Isaac had cataracts in his eyes, meaning that the lenses of his eyes had become so cloudy he couldn't see, and so he was effectively and functionally blind. And another thing that's really interesting is that science tells us that diets that are high in animal foods have increased inflammation that causes what's called cross-linking and in the proteins that are in the lens of the eye, which is normally crystal clear, which will cause the lens of the eye to become cloudy, which is what a cataract is. And once that lens has turned cloudy, you can't see through it and you become blind. And you can think about this as what happens when you crack an egg and cook it over heat. that white of the egg, which is normally crystal clear, is subjected to heat. That heat changes the proteins in the whites of the eye, causes them to become cross-linked, that is, to form all these different attachments to each other, which is why the white, which is usually runny, becomes stiff and hard, but it also becomes opaque and white. And again, something analogous to that process happens when you eat a diet that is high in animal foods. It causes a lot of inflammation in our bodies, and that inflammation adversely affects the proteins actually throughout the body. But when they affects those proteins that are in the normally clear lens of the eye, it causes those proteins to start getting cross-linked and the lens gradually becomes more and more cloudy until it gets so opaque that you can't see through it. Now, nowadays, when that happens to older people, they go to see an ophthalmologist and they actually take out that cataract or cloudy lens and put in an artificial one that people can see through. And then they usually have to wear these very thick glasses to help them focus. But clearly that wasn't available to Isaac as an option thousands of years ago. So Isaac had cataracts because of his diet. And how do I know it's because of his diet? Because we're told that Isaac was jonesing for some savory meat. Isaac, in this story, Isaac told Esau, he said, go out and bring back some venison, or kill a deer or an antelope, cook it up for me, and once I've eaten my fill, then you come in here and I will give you your blessing. And Rebekah overheard this conversation between Isaac and Esau. And when Isaac left to go, when Esau left to go out to hunt for the venison for his father, Rebekah called Jacob in and said, look, this is what I want you to do. She said, go out and get a goat from the herd, kill it, bring it to me. I'm going to cook it up, give it to your father. And then once he is full of all of this meat, then you put that goat skin on your back and you come in, and your father will be so confused that he's going to bless you instead of Esau. And that's exactly what happened. And we also know that the compounds that are in meat, the fat, the proteins, literally cause such constriction in the blood vessels supplying blood to the brain, and in the ability of blood to carry oxygen to the brain, that people can become very confused and less alert, less aware after they've eaten a really heavy, high-fat meal. And that's one of the reasons that people get irritable, they get sleepy, they just lose their ability to be as alert and as aware. And so that is what the Bible tells us happened. Jacob went out, brought this goat in, Rebekah hooked it up. Lord only knows what she put in it. But after she fed it to Isaac and he was full of all of this savory meat, he was so confused that when Jacob came in wearing this goat skin, he couldn't tell the difference between his son wearing a goat skin and his actual son Esau. And he kind of told the difference, because the Bible says that Isaac said something to the effect of, "Is that really you, Esau? You feel a little different to me." And Jacob said, "Oh, it's me." And so Isaac just said, "Okay, whatever," and pronounced a blessing on him. And I've often thought to myself, my goodness, if they had indoor carpeting, poor Isaac would have been on the floor blessing the rug. But at any rate, the Bible is telling us that by eating this meal, Isaac got so confused that Jacob and Rebekah were able to trick him into giving him his older son's blessings. And I'm telling you, that story is in the Bible and is there for a reason. It is there to help us understand that when we eat unhealthy foods, when we eat the wrong foods, that they can negatively impact the way our brain works and perceives reality. And that is why God is telling us that. Later on, we're told that Esau, who was, apparently an impulsive and emotional person who lacked self-control, at one point got his appetite was so out of control, and he was, so imagined himself at death's door from lack of food that he sold his birthright to Jacob for a pot of lentils. And that's and then further on in the Bible, we're told in Exodus chapter 32, verse 6, that at the foot of Mount Sinai, after that God had come down in the presence of the entire nation, given the children of Israel the 10 commandments, and made his presence known, and called Moses up in the mountain to receive 10 commandments, that God was also dictating to Moses the book of the law that would govern the civil and religious activities of the nation of Israel. And Moses was up in the mountain, I think, around 40 days. That the children of Israel then started to get worried. They're like, oh, well, Moses has to come down. Maybe, he's gone up there to die. And we're told they had a huge feast. It said the children of Israel sat down to eat and drink, and then they rose up to play or sin. And that's when they made the idol, the golden calf, and started to worship that and dance around it. And God finally said to Moses, okay, you got to go down and get back to the camp, because these people are going astray. They're going off. They're starting to sin and to move away from the things that I want them to do. But again, we're told that happened after they had a huge feast, because once again, by being intemperate and eating a lot of unhealthy and unnecessary food, they ended up obscuring their brain function and hampering it to the point that they gave into some of their baser passions and fears, and ended up making an idol instead of worshiping God. When Israel was moving into the Promised Land, King Balak had heard of their exploits, and he was very fearful of them, and so he hired Balaam, a apostate prophet, to come and pronounce a curse on Israel. And try as he might, Balaam tried to curse Israel, but as long as they remained their hold upon God, every time he tried to pronounce a curse, it came out as a blessing. So what did he do? He got together with Balak, and they sent the Moabite women into the camp of Israel to seduce them into having this big riotous feast, after which they had a huge orgy. And it was at that point, after they separated themselves from God, that Balaam was able to pronounce a curse on them. That's in Numbers 25. In the book of Daniel, we're told about Belshazzar, who was Nebuchadnezzar's grandson, who one night was having this giant party with his girlfriends, his concubines, his wives, all of the elite officers from the nation of Babylon. And he got so full of himself, he said, bring me the holy vessels from the temple of Israel, which his grandfather Nebuchadnezzar had placed in storage because they were sacred and holy. He said, bring them in here so that me and my girlfriends and my wives, we can drink out of them and have ourselves a good time. And as they were at the height of the party, committing sacrilege with God's holy vessels, that's when the hand appeared out of nowhere and wrote on the wall, which is where the expression, the handwriting on the wall, comes from, Mene, Mene, Tekel, Upharsin, thou art weighed in the balances and found wanting. This night thy kingdom is taken from thee and given to the Medes and Persians. And that very night, the Persians marched into the capital of Babylon and took the nation of Babylon and killed Belshazzar and his family. So again, once again, we see that a prelude to a very sinful act was an intemperate dietary event. Now, in contrast to those unrighteous examples, we're told about Daniel and his companions. And Daniel and the other Hebrew youths that were taken into the court of Babylon to be ministers there, when they were initially brought into the king's household, they were offered the traditional foods of Babylon, which were, not only meat-based, but undoubtedly included a lot of animals and animals that were considered unclean. And Daniel and his companions said to the chief officer, look, we cannot eat this food because this will, again, Daniel understood what I'm telling you now, that eating unhealthy food would interfere with his spiritual life and his spiritual interaction with God. So they said, we don't want to eat this. We want to be allowed to just eat vegetables. He said, give us vegetables to eat and water to drink. And the chief eunuch said, I can't. He said, because, what do you always hear when you say you want to be plant-based? Where are you going to get your protein? He said, if I let you guys eat nothing but plants, you're going to end up getting sick. You're going to lose weight. And when the king sees that you are unhealthy and at the point of death, he's going to then have me killed for not forcing you guys to eat what we believe is the best diet. So Daniel said, okay, let's do a test. He said, give us 10 days. Let us eat nothing but plants to eat, water to drink. And at the end of 10 days, compare us to everybody else who's eating the usual meal and food provided by the king, and then see who's healthier. And the Bible says that at the end of those 10 days, not only were Daniel and his companions physically healthier, it says that they also had better mental agility. And so they were healthier both physically and mentally, and of course, by extension, spiritually. We're told in the New Testament what John the Baptist ate, and Jesus called John the Baptist the greatest prophet in the history of the world. And the Bible says that John ate locusts and wild honey. And again, as a teenager, when I started reading the Bible, I, number one, didn't really understand, why are they telling me that? Well, first of all, I thought when they said locusts that they meant grasshoppers, and that John was actually eating grasshoppers and honey, which I was like, that's gross. And why am I being told this? But as I studied the Bible more intensely and studied the history of ancient Israel, I came to understand that the locusts that the Bible is referring to were not the insects, but bean pods from the locust tree, which grows in the Middle East. John the Baptist was a member of the Essenes, which was a Jewish sect that were strict vegetarians or plant eaters. And so John was a vegetarian and pretty close to what we would consider a vegan, although he did eat honey, but honey's just kind of a special case. But anyway, so John the Baptist was plant-based. And that's why the Bible was telling us that. And it was that plant-based diet which enabled John to have that spiritual discernment and connection with God that allowed him to become the forerunner for Jesus himself. Another Jewish sect that were plant-based were the Sadducees. And there's a very famous passage in the Bible where Jesus confronts the Sadducees and he says to them, ye strain at a gnat and swallow a camel. Now, what that referred to was the fact that the Sadducees were so intent on not ingesting any living organism that they would strain their water before they drank it to make sure that they didn't inadvertently swallow a gnat. But the Sadducees were also conspiring at that time with the Pharisees to find a way to kill Jesus. And so a camel is an unclean animal, according to the dietary laws laid out in Leviticus. And so what Jesus meant by when he said, ye strain at a gnat and swallow a camel, he's saying, you know, you go through this whole ritual to try and keep yourself physically healthy by not consuming living organisms, but by conspiring to kill me, that is the equivalent of swallowing an unclean animal like a camel. So it's very clear that being plant-based was well known in Judeo-Christian tradition and history, and understood to be a means of helping to keep our bodies healthier physically, mentally, and spiritually. The Bible tells us Jesus' first temptation surrounded food. When the devil appeared to him and said, look, if you're God's son, why don't you relieve your starvation by commanding that these stones be turned into bread? And again, interestingly, sin began in the Garden of Eden with a dietary indiscretion, with people eating something they shouldn't have. And the recovery from sin, human recovery from sin, actually began with Jesus resisting a dietary temptation. Jesus' first miracle was at a banquet when he commanded that the water be turned into wine. The most sacred events in Jewish and Christian history are commemorated with feasts and meals. There's the Passover, which foreshadowed Jesus' sacrifice. And then there's the Lord's Supper, which again commemorated Jesus' giving himself as a sacrifice of propitiation for humanity. And Jesus said that was the meal he called the Lord's Supper. Interestingly, it's completely vegan. And he said, I'm not going to eat this again until I eat it with the redeemed in heaven. Jesus' last act before his with his assembled disciples before his crucifixion was at the Lord's Supper over food, and his first act with the assembled disciples after his resurrection was to break bread with them and eat with them. And in fact, that was the way the disciples, several of the disciples, realized that they were actually in Jesus' presence, because apparently he had a stereotypical way of breaking the bread. And when they saw him break the bread in the manner that he always did, that's when they fell on their knees and worshiped him, because they realized that he was truly their Savior resurrected. We know that there was showbread in the sanctuary in ancient Israel, and of course, food is mentioned in the Lord's Prayer. So the Bible is trying to teach us that the act of eating has spiritual power and spiritual consequences. Eating food can move the foundation of our souls in ways that I don't think we fully understand. When eating is done the right way, it facilitates the process of sanctification, but when it is done the wrong way, it is a prelude and a pathway to sin and degradation. So how is it then that food affects our spiritual health? Well, the key, I believe, can be found in a prophecy regarding the Messiah found in Isaiah chapter 7, verse 15. That prophecy says that the Messiah will eat simple foods so that, quote, he may know how to refuse evil and choose good. So we are again being told expressly that the food we eat affects our ability to discern right from wrong. Because elsewhere in the Bible, we're told that you shall hear a voice behind you telling you which to turn either to the right or to the left when you would be tempted to make a mistake. But we can only hear that voice if our minds are clear and in connection with God. And if instead of being clear and connected to God, they are filled with grease and garbage and toxins from an unhealthy diet, our sensibilities are clouded, our spiritual perception is dulled, and we won't know how to make the right choices because we can't hear the voice of God guiding us. So you see, food you eat actually impacts your ability to know right from wrong. And that is, of course, because now God communicates with us through our minds. But the substance of our mind grows out of our brain, which is tissue. It's human tissue. And if our brain is defective or not functioning properly because we are eating unhealthy foods, then we're not going to be able to effectively communicate with God, hear his voice, and stay connected to him. And if we have no connection to God, then we have absolutely nothing. Christianity, and I would say that the entire Judeo-Christian teaching and tradition is all about our relationship with God, because God is a God of relationships. Relationships were created and ordained by God. All of creation, the entire universe, is a series of relationships. The reason we are a planet out of 9 in a solar system is because it is the relationship of the various planets to each other as they orbit around the sun that keeps us in our track around the sun, so that we can make that same circuit every year. Otherwise, you remove one of the planets and all of the rest would eventually fly either out into space or be sucked, pulled into the sun and incinerated. The ecology of the earth is a complex web of interdependent relationships. And we are seeing, as we unfortunately damage the earth's ecology, that as we begin to remove keystone species, be they plants or animals, or even in some instances bacteria, that we can upset the entire balance of nature. God ordained human relationships when he pronounced in the Garden of Eden, after he created Adam, he said, "It is not good that the man should be alone." Now, this brings up another really important and interesting point, because whenever I ask people, when God said, "It is not good that the man should be alone," what did he do next? And almost everyone, and initially including me, says that he created Eve. That's not what the Bible tells us. That is not what God did next. After God said, "It is not good that the man should be alone," we are told that God formed the animals out of the dust of the earth and then brought them to Adam to give them names, to introduce him to his first companions, which was not Eve, but the other animals on this planet. So the Bible is telling us right there, animals were created not to be abused, mistreated, and misused by human beings, but animals were placed here as our companions. And naming animals is a way of recognizing their sentience and their personalities. And anybody who has owned, shared their life with a pet knows that that's the case, that these creatures are sentient beings. They have feelings. They love. They grieve. They can be happy or sad, and they each have their own individual personalities. I mean, growing up, we had several different dogs, and they were all different in terms of their temperament and personality because they were different beings. So, and it was in chapter 2 of Genesis. It was after Adam met and gave names to the animals and their mates that he then realized, I haven't found a companion for myself, or someone who is like me, just as these other animals have. So again, the Bible is teaching us that we can learn from our companion animals on this earth, because Adam learned from them about the importance of having a soulmate. And that's when he turned to God and said, I haven't found anybody that I can connect with like these animals are connected. And it was at that point that God put him to sleep, removed a rib, and created Eve. And so again, animals were put here as our companions, not to be abused and mistreated and wantonly killed by human beings. Proverbs 12 verse 10 says, a righteous person has regard for the life of his or her animals, but wicked people are cruel towards animals. The Israelites were forbidden to put a muzzle on oxen that they were using to tread grain. And that was because God wanted to teach them, you have to take care of that animal and make sure it's well fed. And if it's hungry while it's working for you, it has a right to eat. In the fourth commandment that tells us we are to take a day of rest on the seventh day of the week, once a week, both for our physical and spiritual well-being. Not only are humans commanded to rest, but the humans are also commanded to let their animals rest, so that no one was to do work, not the humans or the animals. The principle of not muzzling the ox while treading out the grain is also the same principle that Paul used when he said that a laborer is worthy of his hire, that people should be paid for the work that they do. And he cited that scripture from Deuteronomy 25, chapter 25, verse 4, about not muzzling the ox, in 1 Timothy 5th chapter, verse 18. Jesus also told us that God so loves even sparrows, that we as humans tend to think of as being inconsequential, that he said he feeds them every day. That's Matthew 6:26. So clearly, God loves his other creatures, and we are expected to treat our animal companions with kindness and respect. And even the biblical laws that were given to govern how animals were to be sacrificed were designed to prevent the animals from having anxiety or suffering or experiencing any pain. They were to be sacrificed in a way that would sort of cause an instantaneous loss of consciousness, so that they would not experience any pain, and they were not to be brought into the place of sacrifice until right before the moment that they were to be killed, because again, God did not want them to suffer the anxiety and fear of watching other animals be killed. So getting back to the issue of relationships, relationships were established and ordained by God. Jesus's entire authority derives from both his relationship to God as the Son of God, but also to humanity as the Son of Man, which again is why the Bible uses those terms, Son of Man, Son of God. So that is how Jesus was able to be the atonement for humanity, because he was at once God's son, but also fully human. And in that way, he was able to bring us back into atonement, connection, and at peace with God through his sacrifice. Salvation is not dependent on our works. It is the gift of God to those who have been grafted into his family as what? Sons and daughters. So the question for us is, what kind of a relationship as Christians do we have with God? Are we truly friends with God and Jesus, or are we merely acting friendly towards them because we hope to get something from them? The question we have to confront is, are we just being friendly with Jesus, or are we really his friends? Because when it comes down to it, the thing that is going to confer salvation on human beings is not how many times somebody went to church, how loudly they shouted or got up and danced around, not how many ministries that they participated in the church, or how many alleged good works that they did. The thing that will confer salvation on human beings is whether or not we knew God. Because John 17:3 says, "And this is life eternal, that they might know thee, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom thou hast sent." Jesus said on Judgment Day, many people were going to run up to him saying, "Lord, Lord, haven't I done all of these wonderful works in your name?" And his response to them would be, "Depart from me, because I never knew you." And let me just say parenthetically that, again, as a teenager, when I first read the Bible, I thought to myself, how on earth could something like that happen? But after seeing the way the so-called evangelicals act, that they take God's name on themselves, but they are filled with cruelty and meanness and racism and hatred and abusiveness, stealing children from their families, breaking families apart, running around with guns and terrorizing people and doing all sorts of despicable things. I understand exactly now why Jesus said what he said, that yes, there are people who are going to do all kinds of hateful and despicable things in my name, and they're going to come up to me saying, well, I did this in your name. But his response was, depart from me, I never knew you. So again, what kind of relationship do we have and do we want to have with God? What kind of communication do we have with him? Our ability to communicate with God is directly dependent on the health of our brain and by extension, our mind. And if we're putting things into our body that pollute and cloud our minds, how can God get through to us? We know that we cannot do anything without Christ, but Jesus cannot get in if he can't get through to us. And so the question is, what are we going to do about it? Well, we know that there are a lot of diets that are being promoted by a variety of different entities in the world. There's Atkins, the Zone, Keto, and everybody's lying about the benefits of, the way that they are encouraging you to eat. But the fact is, Genesis tells us God designed our bodies to be plant-based. Science now tells us that sticking to a plant-based diet will make us healthiest, help us live the longest, and to avoid a lot of the chronic diseases that afflict people who eat a Western style diet. Moreover, I always tell people that the meat that you get today in the supermarket or at a fast food restaurant, that ain't the meat that Moses ate. And what do I mean by that? Well, in ancient Israel, number one, God wanted Israel to be strictly plant-based. And that's why when he brought them out of Egypt, he fed them only with manna. We're told in Numbers chapter 11, it was the people, the children of Israel themselves, that demanded flesh. And that demand both angered God, but he gave into their stubbornness and sent a flock of quails into the camp so that they could have the flesh that they were lusting after. But many of them actually choked to death while they were actually eating the flesh. And he said, well, since you are insisting on having flesh to eat, there are certain animals I will allow you to eat, and that is the clean animals, staying away from the unclean ones. But he also put all kinds of restrictions on how, again, those animals were to be sacrificed, how their tissue was to be prepared. They were supposed to drain all the blood out of it, and instead of roasting or frying it, they were supposed to boil it. And there are very good reasons why those restrictions were put on there, because one, blood contains a lot of iron, heme iron, which we know promotes cancer, infections, heart damage, and that when you roast and fry animal tissue, you create cancerous causing compounds like heterocyclic amines and other mutagens, which can damage our health. But those at least were animals who were roaming around in nature, eating, wild organic plants, and again, build a fairly healthy body. The meat that is being offered to human beings today is filled with toxins. It's these animals are raised in these CAFOs, concentrated feeding operations, where they are crowded together, given all kinds of pesticides and antibiotics to try and keep them from becoming sick and dying. They are filled, given hormones and other growth stimulants to make them grow faster. And so their bodies are loaded with toxins and pesticide residues. It takes somewhere between 10 to 15 pounds of feed to put 1 pound of flesh on a cow. The relationship for a pig is about 7 to 10 pounds to 1 pound. And for poultry, it can be at least 3 pounds of feed to put 1 pound of edible tissue on that animal's body. So when you eat those animals, you are getting all of the toxins and pesticide residues that were in that 10 to 15 pounds of animal feed concentrated into the 1 pound of flesh that you are consuming, so that you are ingesting far higher levels of pesticides and environmental toxins when you ingest animal foods. And the same thing is true for dairy products, because again, these toxins tend to be concentrated in fatty tissues, and dairy products are very high in fat. And when you realize that our brains are made up of fatty tissue, you can see how these toxins then can become concentrated in our minds, and that can lead to a lot of the problems with depression, anxiety, ADHD that we see nowadays. Now, sometimes people say, well, you know, Jesus ate fish. And interestingly, the Gospels only mention Jesus eating on a rare occasion. And when they tell us about that, the primary focus of those stories is not on what Jesus was eating, but on what he was doing at the time of that event. And so the point is that the point and focus of those stories was not that we should be eating what Jesus ate, but why he was eating. So for instance, when he met with the assembled disciples, and some of them were doubting, are you really a human being still, or have you become some otherworldly spirit? He said, give me something to eat. And he ate a small piece of fish. That wasn't a lesson in nutrition. That was to prove to humanity that he was still fully human. So these stories are not meant to serve as dietary or nutritional advice. They're just meant to illustrate how Jesus handled a particular situation. When he fed the 5,000 and this 7,000 on those different occasions, he used what he had at hand to expand it to feed hungry people, thus teaching us that we should use our resources at hand to help bless other people. Again, that was not to say, oh, this is all you can feed people. No, it is that you are to use the blessing that God gives you, that you have at hand, to help feed people. But the Bible, again, is very, very clear that God designed us to be plant-based, that is the best diet for us. That is the diet that promotes the best health and the best spiritual health. And that is ultimately the diet that anybody who is saved and makes it into heaven will be eating. So as I said before, you know, God communicates with us through our minds, so that this is why the food that we eat after we fell from grace is even more important in a way than the food that we ate before, because now we can only communicate with God through our minds. And if our brain is inflamed and not functioning properly, we're not going to have good communication. Now, I'm from the West Coast. I grew up in Oakland, went to college and medical school out there. And I was always within a 30 to 40-minute drive of where I grew up, so that even through college and med school, I was able to remain close to my parents, to friends I had known all my life, so that I had, you know, the emotional support that I needed. But when I moved literally clear across the country to complete my residency at Georgetown, for the first time in my life, I found myself separated from the people that I loved and needed for that, you know, emotional support. I felt very isolated and very alone because instead of being able to jump into my car and go visit my family or my good friends, I had to rely on cell phone technology. And when you can't physically be with people you love, cell phones can be a wonderful blessing. That is, of course, if you got a good cell phone, because otherwise they're going to be frustrated and confusing if you've got either a bad cell phone that has a lot of static and isn't made very well and you can't hear someone, or if you have a carrier which is always dropping calls or doesn't have good coverage, or worst of all, if you don't pay your bill and they just cut you off. So the point that I'm making is that when you are relying on technology where you're to connect you with someone, clearly that communication will only be as good as the technology that you're using. Same thing is true with respect to us communicating with God, since now he communicates with us through our mind. If our technology, if our brain is inflamed and malfunctioning, then we're not going to have that good communication. And so the point is that if our brains are inflamed by toxins from the food that we eat, from animal protein and dairy foods, which are very unhealthy and damage our blood vessels and interfere with the functioning of our physiology, how can God get through to us? How can he deliver the messages, the comfort, or even the help he desires to give to us if he can't get through to us? So too often when we are diagnosed with some horrible disease, the first thing we cry out is, "Oh Lord, why me?" But the question I want to ask you is that if we have refused to do what God told us is best for our health, and to eat the diet that he clearly shows that he is designed for us to eat and desires for us to eat, then shouldn't we instead ask, "Oh Lord, why not me? Why did it take so long for the consequences of my disobedience and my bad diet to catch up with me? Why did you allow me to flout your advice for all these years and presume upon your mercy and grace for so long? Yeah, I got cancer now, but I got cancer because I didn't eat and didn't live the way you told me to." We usually say a blessing over the food that we eat when we sit down to have a meal. But I sometimes wonder, can God bless some of the stuff that we're choosing to eat? I mean, I don't think there's anybody who is listening to me who would say a blessing before they shot up heroin into their veins, or used cocaine or some other mind-altering drugs, because they know that's not good for me, and God cannot bless me doing things that are not good for me. Well, if we're sitting down to eat food that is equally unhealthy, equally damaging to our brain and system, can God bless that? It's maybe the problem in our relationship with God is not God at all. It's the fact that we can't hear what God is trying to tell us or receive the help that he is trying to give us, because our minds have become so clouded and benumbed by the unhealthy foods that we're eating, that God simply can't get through to us. So it's time for us to wake up and hear the words that Jesus spoke about people in the last days. He said, "For as in the days that were before the flood, when they were eating and drinking and knew not until the flood came and took them away, so shall it be right before my second coming." So again, I'm coming to the end of this message, and I just want to ask, why are you, or why do people try to interact with God? Why do they go to church? Why do they pray? What is the point of that? Are people doing this just to try and purchase what I call celestial fire insurance policy, to escape hell? Or are we really trying to interact with God because we want to repair our broken relationship with God and restore it to the healthiest state possible? Are we in the church, or are we interacting with God because we want the goodies that he promises, like heaven and a mansion? Or are we here for the goodness that God said that he would give to us if we repair our relationship with him? Are we here because we like the things that God has, or are we here because we truly like God? Because if we truly want to be like God, and if we truly love him, then we should do everything we can to facilitate the process of getting close to him and knowing him. And that, of course, includes a diet that allows and facilitates the best communication and connection with God. So I wanted to just close by reminding everyone of some stories from the time of the nation of Judah. And one of the worst kings in the history of Judah was King Manasseh. He was just an apostate, idolatrous king, and he was so reprobate that he literally took idols of some of the most heinous and despicable heathen gods and placed them in God's temple, in the temple that Solomon built in Jerusalem. He had heathen altars erected in the courtyard of the temple so that he could sacrifice to these pagan gods. And when you read those kinds of accounts in the Bible, you're absolutely shocked. You're like, how could anybody be so messed up in the head that they would bring idols into the very temple of the Lord? But again, we're doing something very similar when we eat unhealthy foods. We may not bow down to a statue of Baal, but we worship unhealthy food at Wendy's. We may not burn incense in sacred groves dedicated to, you know, Ashtoreth and other guys, but we sacrifice our health at the Golden Arches of McDonald's. We don't erect sacred poles to Chemosh, but we go pick up a bucket of chicken from KFC or Popeyes and make it the centerpiece on our dinner table. And if we truly believe that, as the Bible says, our bodies are the temple of God, the question is, why are we putting things in it that defile and degrade and destroy it? The Bible tells us God created us to be plant-based. Science tells us that meat and animal foods are unhealthy and harm our bodies and health. So the only reason that we would keep eating these foods is because we like the taste of them and the pleasure we derive from them. But 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 4 tells us that in the last days, people would become lovers of pleasure more than lovers of God. And I ask, are we in that group that loves pleasure more than we love God? And that to the point that we're willing to defile our bodies, which we were told is God's temple, instead of doing everything we can to build up and repair that temple. So lastly, please remember, everybody was born without preferences. No one asked for fried chicken, ice cream, a pork chop, or any animal food in the delivery room. Everything we think we like, someone taught us to like. And just as we may have been taught to like things that are not best for our health, we can unlearn those bad habits and learn new and better ones. So we basically have to get on our knees and ask God to give us the desire to eat properly, give us the knowledge on how to eat properly, which fortunately is easy to find, and to help us to adopt those life-saving and spiritually enhancing principles into our life so that we will have a better relationship with Him, a healthier life, and we will be greater help to our fellow human beings and a blessing to the world. So that is my message to you today on what the Bible has to say about plant-based diets and animal rights. I hope you received a lot of good benefit from this message, and may God bless you.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord. Now to the Most High, forever live, anointed, beloved Son, in the hearts and minds of all you brothers and sisters. Man, that was Dr. Mills. YHWH'S dropped one of his videos, sent one of his videos to me in Facebook Messenger a couple of days ago. So I've been looking at all his different videos, a plethora of videos online, man. And he's a plant-based physician with knowledge of the Bible as well. And he's dropping bombs. He in there like, look, we ain't designed to teach you on the flesh. You understand what the Most High gave in the beginning is what it is, and got plenty of healing testimonials. He's a practicing, sitting doctor right now. You know what I mean? Plenty of healing testimonials from cancer, you dig, to the diabetes, to, I mean, a whole bunch of different things, man. Arthritis, you know what I mean? Everything that plagues our people, it plagues people in general. You understand how the body was designed, and you know what's supposed to be put in it for the proper fuel and all that. And man, so I decided to start showing some of his videos before the classes to get everybody. You understand? Like it ain't just us. Like I don't know that, man. Right? But then he goes into certain scriptures and what he believes the scriptures are saying and what is intended for us to be eating on. You dig? And the scriptures that he pulled line right up with what he sees in the lab. So he's a doctor. You understand? So for anybody to say this man is wrong, you know what I mean? But he's a doctor, right? Or in the case of YAHKI, he's a healer. What you mean he's wrong? Like how do you even get that he's wrong?
But he went through the practices of a regular doctor first before implementing the healing.
Exactly.
With the herbs and all.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. You know what So, man, that's just what it is, man. All praise. It's good to see y'all in the building. Bless up. We need to go ahead and kick off some prayers. We need to kick off some prayers, and we need to bring our brother, the family of our brother Brandon Lewis, before the throne of the Most High. Speedy healing for him, his wife, and their young son. They was in a bad car accident, what I heard. They up in Marshall, Missouri, but you know, Children's Hospital in Missouri is here in St. Louis. So they had to bring, SHALOM, they had to bring the young prince on down to, you know what I mean, Children's Hospital. I heard, what's up with it, bro? How you doing? All good. Young Michael, what's going on, nephew? What's up with you? You all good? Hey, I'm gonna send you on upstairs with the young gunners, man. You can sit on down and do your thing. All right, just give me a second. Let's get this prayer off real quick. We're gonna go ahead and get it done. But yeah, we need to go ahead and bring the family of Brandon Lewis before the throne of the Most High. And you know, and all look at this, and all those who are in need of prayer in this very hour, prayer requests and all that, may the Most High grant all these petitions that are going forth. All right, the Most High wants us to live and live more abundant.
It has happened.
It has happened.
It has happened.
All praise and glory now to the Most High. Good to see y'all in the building. Peace, love, light, healing, and balance to the hopeful and faithful elect. Let's go ahead and get it done, man. We can go ahead and bring a psalm out first, then, you know, petition these heavens. I mean, I know one of y'all and Darius, go ahead. You ain't got your, yeah, you got on your phone, huh?
Nee got my phone.
Nee dude got he trying to he got something going on. Y'all don't need NehemiYAH got something going on with his phone. He you know, that man sent out tens of thousands of emails every month. So you know, phone companies be hating on the group. So if you got a T-Mobile phone or a Metro PCS, you know, such as myself, then you ain't been getting it. Yeah, you AT&T. Okay, you been getting this text, yeah, but you got T-Mobile and Metro PC, they not coming through. So I think he on the phone out there now trying to get this thing together. Yeah, you got the low end of the ladder. You got boots. I know they still have boot smoke. You got the low of it, brother. Praises, man. Let's get us a psalm, y'all. We gonna face Jerusalem. Bless up. Good to see y'all in the building. Nazarene edition, part 41. Hey, y'all look, the renewed covenant or the new covenant is peace between man and beast. You know what I mean? We're gonna go over a few of those scriptures today too, and then bring out a few you know, extra sources. I mean, regardless if anybody like it or not, but we're gonna go into the scriptures first and foremost anyway, you know, and get her done. Jada Mom, hey, can you tell Jakai come here real quick and take Mike up there. Take Mike up there and tell them go ahead, they can do their thing. All right, follow her on up there, Mike. No, I ain't even gotta get off the camera, man. He all good though. Hallelujah. Good to see y'all in the building. Look at sis say, look at Malaki. You got that vegetarian glow. You get out to being vegetarian a few months. Hey, all praise.
Trying to earn me a halo, you know what I'm saying?
6 months and gone. 6 months and gone. Is the homeschool still up and going? No, we ain't, you know, we didn't have enough funding for it. We didn't have enough funding for it. We had a whole spot, you know what I mean? It was set up nice too. We need to get something back going though, but we had lost, we you know, support wasn't there, so we had to abandon that. But all praises to the Most High, ever live His Son. All praises. All right, so let's get it done, y'all. And again, we want to bring the family of our beloved brother Brandon Lewis for the throne of the Most High. We're gonna face back there. For the throne of the Most High, again, him, wife, and baby son was in a accident, and I heard they down here in Children's Hospital. But the thing about that is, you already know they're not letting nobody in the hospital because of the booking, man. You know what I mean? You know how that goes. So let's go ahead and get this done. Let's face Jerusalem. Let's bring it on out, brothers. And you know, let's go ahead and get it done. All praise, glory, and honor to the Most High, forever lives another beloved Son. In the hearts and minds of the faithfully elect. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Let's get her done.
Psalms 23.
Yeah.
the Most High's permission.
That's it.
Yahweh is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yeah, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Verse 6. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of YHWH'S. Forever. Hallelujah. Selah. Yahoo.
Whatever. All right, let's get it done, y'all. Let's get it done. All right, Heavenly Father, the owner, creator, and possessor of everything there is, in the name, power, and authority of Yahushua, Nazarene, MALAKIMAC, we unleash the fire of the Holy Spirit against every unclean spirit, sickness, and disease. In the name, power, and authority of Yahushua, of Mashiach, Yahushua, Nazarene, MALAKIMAC,
That's right.
we rebuke every unclean spirit, sickness, and disease. In the name, power, and authority of Yahushua, the unblemished Lamb, we come against every unclean spirit, sickness, and disease. In the name, power, and authority of Yahushua, the only begotten, beloved, firstborn Son of the Heavenly Father, we wage war, attack, and come against the entire kingdom of darkness. Yahushua, you are our mighty one, our King, our Redeemer, our Provider, our Healer, our Protector, the Destroyer of the devil and all his works. Use us as your battle axe and weapons of war to give sight to the blind, hearing to the deaf, speech to the dumb, and strength to the lame. Use us as your battle axe and weapons of war to cast down and stomp out serpents, scorpions, principalities, Leviathan, and every ruler of darkness. Use us as your battle axe and weapons of war to cast out devils, raise the dead, cleanse lepers, and heal every manner of sickness. Use us as your battle axe and weapons of war, that wherever our presence is felt and wherever our shadow is seen, the devils cry out and flee.
That's right.
And your people are delivered in the name, power, and authority of Yahushua, Nazarene, MALAKIMAC. We bring before your throne all the sick, all the plagued in Israel. We bring before your throne the family of our beloved brother Brandon Lewis, him, his wife, and their son. We bring before your throne all the sick in Israel, our beloved brother Quanaf and his son. We bring before your throne all the sick in Israel, even our enemies who are plagued in their mind and their hearts with hatred. We destroy that hatred with the spirit of love.
That's
in the
right.
power, in the name, in the authority of Yahushua HaMashiach, Yahushua Nazarene, MALAKIMAC. We ask for a healing that is complete
Right now.
and a healing that is understood.
Right now.
Baffle these doctors and increase our faith. Heavenly Father, send forth your most militant and elite angelic warriors to bind up these sicknesses, to shut them down, to cancel them, to chase these so-called sicknesses, and to bring a mighty healing. For we touch and agree. We touch and agree right now to see a mighty healing, a quick and rapid healing. On behalf of our beloved brother Brandon Lewis, his wife and his son, on behalf of all the sick in Israel, on behalf of our brother Quanaf and his son who's dealing with these tumors and brain tumors at this very moment, we come against them, we bind them, we rebuke them, and we cancel them by your eternal spirit. In the name, power, and authority of Yahushua, Nazarene, MALAKIMAC, we pray and we declare war against the kingdom of darkness. Hallelujah! 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 praise, man. Yeah, and it's done. That feeling you got, hold on to that. And guess what we do? We send a massive healing upon all the sick in Israel. Massive healing. In the name, power, and authority of the mighty Messiah. Shalom. Says blessings to you. In the name, power, and authority of YAHWH'S, Nazarene, MELCHIZEDek. What up, NehemiYAH? Big homie in the building. Blessed up. Good to see y'all in the building. All right. And y'all, that was prayers for all the sick in Israel. All those who are plagued in mind, body, and spirit. That's even toward our enemies who are plagued with hatred at this very moment and are bound by the unclean spirit of anger. We cancel all that with the spirit of love. We send it toward the spirit of peace and balance. What's going on with the brothers, man? Talk to me. Y'all smiling? Man, Kool-Aid smiling around here. Go ahead and talk to me. Let me get y'all some waters real quick. Let's work.
Receiving that healing as we speak.
Yeah. Massive healing.
I ain't really got much to say, you know what I'm saying? Peace. Peace, you know what I'm saying? Peace be with the brotherhood, you know what I'm saying? Peace be to the children of God. I ain't really got much to say, you know what I'm saying? I really do, you know, I feel that healing. You know what I'm saying? I know it's already happening.
That's right.
It's already done.
It is happening.
You know what I'm saying? It just happened, like you said. Yeah, I ain't really got much else to say, you know what I'm saying? But peace, you know what I'm saying? And balance to you.
That's right.
May the breath of life coming to us all.
That's right. Praise the glory. Now, NehemiYAH, big homie, blessed up. Talk to me, Hebrew. What's going on with that? Let me see.
There ain't got much going on, bro.
Man, hey, man, it's always some type of, warfare going on. We claim victory, though. We ain't heard to lose. I don't get out of bed to lose.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We got the victory.
We claim victory around here. We did.
I found out I'm blocked on T-Mobile network.
Is you?
That's what's going on.
Boy, T-Mobile, boy, I hate the brew on. I think T-Mobile and Metro PCS got the same network.
Yep. Metro, T-Mobile, and Sprint.
So what they gonna do? They gonna resolve the matter?
Well, they finally went out there and saw it. They called out and got verification that it is blocked. So now they
And what's the
contact
reason?
T-Mobile.
What's the reason for the blockage?
Because you send out more than 10 text messages in 60 seconds. But who don't?
Me.
No, say you like family, like so I got all my children. If I click that, that's more than 10.
But NehemiYAH.
I got the group part. I'm just saying.
Okay.
The realistic part is that 10 in 60 seconds. That's not realistic. That's literally you have to send a text message every 17 seconds. I did the math straight down the call. Do text, wait 17 seconds, send another one, wait 17 seconds, send another one, in order not to get blocked on T-Mobile.
So what they gonna do is you not stopping.
No,
That's just the excuse. That's all. That's the excuse.
That's the excuse they gave you. You know, you're a serial texter. They call you serial. This is predatory texting.
Predatory.
Oh man.
So you going after the status quo?
No, praise the glory now to the Most High.
Unlimited become limited. Now because it's unlimited text.
But now you found out
it's unlimited with conditions.
Yeah, of course. They false flag. They false flag.
Who counts 17 seconds between each?
Well, you know what's algorithms, bro? It's all algorithms, man. You know what I mean? But you are a massive texter. Like you serious.
You're using too many.
I don't think it's nobody. I don't think it's nobody else in Most High's creation that get down like you. Like you like for real. Like you done changed the game. you done found out T-Mobile Unlimited don't mean unlimited.
Right.
It would take NehemiYAH to find out.
That's why I left. Remember?
Yeah.
And I went to AT&T said, we ain't blocking. You can send out as much as you want. We ain't blocking. But we can't stop them from blocking.
Right.
We can reach out to him, tell him to unblock you. He said, if it happen again, you probably get blocked again.
You have to just strictly email. I don't feel like doing it.
You gotta go with the times, man. You know what I'm saying?
People look, yeah, they look at more the text message than you.
You know how it is, man. All praise and glory now to the Most High. What we gonna do first, y'all? We gonna do a small little recap of what we went over me and Nehemiah a couple days ago. We're gonna start off in Hosea, the 2nd chapter. All right, we're gonna walk. We're gonna walk. And our whole deal is to get our people just to see. You know what I mean? And even if you disagree with us, I mean, look, you owe it to yourself to view the scriptures. Just look at what we're saying. That's it. And if you still disagree, you just disagree. No one can force you to believe anything. That's the thing. All right. And it's been like that if you just be real with yourself dealing with the scriptures. The men claim they believe everything in the Bible. You know what I mean? But be real with yourself. For certain things you naturally stay away from because it may rub you the wrong way. You know what I mean? And there are many examples. All right. We're going to start off in Hosea, the 2nd chapter. We're going to start at verse 14. Let me go ahead and share the screen real quick. And let's go ahead and eat. Good to see y'all brothers in the building. We got Charles in the building, 2-0. You know what I mean? Professional. Don't get the, hey, Charles, like, hey, look, don't get these tips put on you, boy. You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about, Hebrew. And the Most High continue to give you the victory. You know what I mean? Keep them first and, you know, kick the devil's ass. I'm with you. Hope I didn't offend anybody.
Charles the Zealot.
Charles the Zealot. All right, so we can start right here, y'all, in Hosea, the 2nd chapter, verse 14. This is about the restoration of Israel. Question: has this happened yet?
No.
Israel, all 12 tribes have not been restored. So this is safe to say that Hosea had a prophecy about this is the word they love to say when they argue with us, dispensation. About a dispensation of time that has not happened yet. That's still in front of us, not behind us, correct? Right. Okay, now let's read this slowly, all right? Hosea 2, we're going to start at verse 14. Let's eat. Notice what it says. It says the restoration of Israel at the top. All right, go ahead.
Therefore, behold, I will allure her and bring her into the wilderness and speak comfortably to her. Unto her.
The her would be Israel. You know what I mean? Figuratively speaking. And how you say it?
Figuratively speaking.
Figuratively. And how you say it, Charles? Metaphorically speaking, the her is Israel, even though we all know Israel is Jacob, and Jacob was a man. Okay? The Bible's full of metaphors, full of all type of similitudes and all that. You know what I mean? This same nation of Israel is actually considered the Most High's bride. Yeah. Even though Israel is a man. Correct? All right? So hopefully that's not hard for nobody to see, but the Bible speaks like that all the time in many different situations. All right, come on, Hebrew. So it's talking about Israel being allured and brought into the wilderness, and there the Most High will speak comfortably unto Israel. All right, verse 15.
And I will give her her vineyards,
slaughterhouses,
from thence.
Vineyards,
vineyards,
not no slaughterhouses.
I will give her vineyards from thence.
Yeah, not no slaughterhouses.
Right.
You being redeemed, and the whole thing still is about no flesh. No flesh. That looks so. No flesh has to do with the restoration of Israel. Noah's Ark.
There's no more depth in this holy hill. What's in the lake? Death and the grave.
Right.
So you can't be doing no killing.
Right. And I asked that question before in the past. Nobody can answer that. I'm like, if he threw death away, how are we still killing the animals? And nobody can answer that question. They just, I don't know. Just kind of blew it off.
Yeah, that
like, I don't know, but it do say that we can. They don't. You know what I'm saying? It do say that we gonna be sacrifices. Like, yeah, but it say this. Right. You know what I'm saying?
And that shows conflict. You know what I mean? Like, you can make a career trying to harmonize things that, you know, don't fit. You can make a career trying to make a triangle a circle, bro. I mean, I hear you. Right. You know what I mean? But once you become real with yourself, once you arrive at that level of truth, because the truth sets you free, correct? Right. Then you gotta be about all truth then. I understand. The fact of the matter is there are conflicting scriptures. You just gotta choose which side you on. That sounds like blasphemy to some brothers, Charles. They'd be like, what? And I understand, because a lot of the brothers I've taught over the years that, you know what I mean? But once the Most High opens your eyes to see certain things, I dare not be quiet about it. Hey, look, oh brother, look, this is talking about vineyards, not slaughterhouses. All right. And I will give her vineyards from thence. Go ahead.
and the valley of Achor for a door of hope, and she shall sing there.
Israel gonna be singing in that wilderness. A total different wilderness experience than the first one. That first one, boy, was real. 40 long years he was grieving with you.
They have not known my way. Wait a minute, I got all that Torah in the wilderness.
Yeah. 40 long years you was grieved. He was grieved with us.
Second Ezra 14:21 on down too. Because that was burned up. Oh, so what you got in your hand is not the original. And look at the wisdom that Ezra had. If I find faithful, send your Holy Ghost, that man may know in the latter day how you should live. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know he was talking about the Torah. Why? And I'll write down those things which were from the beginning. So if he wasn't talking about the Torah, if we had that and it didn't get burnt, why you got to be right at the beginning over it?
It says in the thy law is burnt.
Yeah.
That's what it says. Or the Torah is burnt. Right? Also, was it to me you were sacrificing to in the wilderness 40 years, O house of Israel?
Come on, man.
Yeah. But you did carry the tabernacle of your Molech and Sheum.
Hey.
Your gods, your tabernacle that you made to yourselves. Good night. So this is a total different wilderness experience that's opposite of what we already went through. The modern day Israelite movement is based off the 40 years of wandering in the wilderness that we got error. That the Most High said, those were not my ways, you learn.
Like Hebrews argue about your fringes. I love it. I love the look, the set apart look. But in reality, we have Israelites that actually won't deal with other Israelites because they ain't got fringes on. Well, I said, well, bro, what you gonna do with Abraham? He don't want no fringes. You hate the patriarch too?
Right. It's indoctrination, man.
Indoctrination.
We all been there, man. We done been there. So look, finish at 15 though first, and then somebody else got something to say. Go ahead.
And I will give her vineyards from thence, and the valley of Achor for a door of hope, and she shall sing there, as in the days of her youth, and as in the day when she came up out of the land of Egypt.
Yeah, we got Exodus 15. As soon as we came through that Red Sea, we got the banging on wax.
I forgot what prophecy that I was reading. I think it's further along in the old. Right before you, I forgot which one it was, but I just remember him talking about them breaking forth into singing. So it's just like out of nowhere, he was like, they was just, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They were just happy. Everything was glory.
Absolutely. Verse 16. Watch this. This is major. Go ahead.
And it shall be at that day.
What day are we talking about?
Day of the restoration.
The restoration of Israel. This brand new wilderness experience. Correct. In that day, go ahead.
Saith Yahweh. That thou shalt call me Ishai,
meaning my husband. And that's so we all agree this is a time in front of us. All right. We all agree this is in the wilderness. We all agree Israel has not been restored yet. And that day we gonna call him our husband. All right. And go ahead.
And shall call me no more Baali.
So you mean to tell me Israel is running around here with the names of Baal in their mouths? Because I mean, he's gonna be called my husband or our husband in that day. You mean tell me so in this day ain't happened yet? So Israel has the names of Baal in their mouth.
Well,
the pantheon, trip off this, y'all, the pantheon gods of Canaan. Believe it or not, you're sacrificing like them, you're chewing on flesh like them. And doing many other things you think is of the Most High. But in reality are Canaanite rituals.
True.
So you mean to tell me Israel today, who received the modern Israelite movement, is based off the 40 years of error in the wilderness? You mean to tell me that Israel, as we speak, has the names of Baal in their mouths? And y'all got to be talking about action. Same way Hebrew running around here telling some, I serve Baal. So it got to be indeed an action. Really?
Wherever you yield your members to, is who you worship.
Really?
That's how it's written, ain't it?
Yeah.
Wherever you yield your members to.
Now watch this, verse 17. Go ahead.
For I will take away the names of Baalim out of her mouth.
Baalim, so that's plural. That means all the pantheon gods of Canaan. All right, the Baal, the Ashtaroth, the Tammuz. You know what I mean? Not just in name, because there ain't no Israelite telling you they worship Tammuz or nothing like that. Right. But it got to be in culture, in action, and in deed. What we think that we are doing, serving the Almighty. In fact, you really ain't serving him. And he's saying in the wilderness, he gonna take the names of Baal out of our mouths. There we gonna sing. There we gonna rejoice. You see? This day ain't happened yet. So the modern Israelite movement has to really, do some self-reflection. You feel me? Re-examine what it is you think you're doing in worshiping the Almighty. You understand? What you boast yourself is so kodesh and so holy. Because we got plenty of scriptures the Most High said, that wasn't me. Who told you to tread my courts with this? I didn't speak to your fathers concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices. I don't want the blood of bulls, lambs, and goats. Who told you to tread my course with this? Was that to me you were sacrificing to? No, it wasn't. Like, people want to act like we not reading all this. No, that just means something else. You want to blow it off. Like it means something. No, the modern day Israelite movement that men won't talk to you over if you disagree with them all is based off the 40 years of error in the wilderness that the Most High said was not my ways. So now we at a crucial threshold, our Charles. Now, guess what you got to ask yourself now? Well, whose ways are they?
The error, I know the scripture.
Whose ways are they, and where did we get them from? And that's an uncomfortable topic and conversation most brothers don't want to have. They don't want to have that conversation because there's no gray area here. If it ain't the Most High, then who is it? Right. There is no neutral zone in this. You know what I mean? All right, go ahead, Hebrew.
And they shall no more be remembered by their name.
Wow. Go ahead.
And in that day will I make a covenant for them with the beasts of the field, and with the fowls of heaven.
Come on.
And with the creeping things of the ground.
Them is the her in the previous verses.
Right.
Israel. Yeah, this is a covenant, y'all. This is what we all talk about, the new covenant. Yeah. The renewed covenant, y'all, is with them, Israel, and the beasts of the field, and the fowls of the heaven, and the creeping things of the ground. It's between man and animals. Yeah. That's what the new covenant is. Bros don't want to deal with it. They act like we not reading this. You understand? It's the truth. That's it. Yeah.
What's right about it is that it's like the same wording that's in there. It's kind of like, it's not kind of, but the same wording that's in Genesis. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's what we went over the other day.
The creeping things and all types of stuff like that. It make you think about Genesis when you hear those terms like the fowl of the air and the creeping things.
Absolutely.
You know, so it's like you see that it's like, even, our Messiah, our master, you know what I'm saying? His whole teachings was to bring people back to what was in the beginning, to show people, like, to go back to the Garden of Eden. Because it's like, he was like, every time he was saying, in the beginning, it wasn't so. He telling you, like, you error not knowing the scripture. You know what I'm saying? This is like, you think that, we supposed to be doing what was commanded in the middle, when the beginning and the after is the same. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be the same. So, like, bring you back to the beginning.
How you profess to tell me the end, you do not know the beginning.
Well, hey, he's the movie guru. I'm trying to tell you what.
Hey, I had a long conversation this morning with a brother, James Wright, my mentee.
Absolutely.
This is blowing him away. He's probably online. He gets it. But you know what I'm saying? A lot of this, cross-fertilization we had over the years, all this, we have to clear all our madness out. Mm. You gotta empty the cup if you want to fill it back up. I asked him, well, what about when it says this here? we forgot to listen to the Most High. What walked through the garden? Spoke with Adam.
His voice.
Did he read any Torah to understand God? How did Noah understand God? Did he read Torah or? How did Abraham
Heard his voice.
deal with God? Was it some Torah he read or?
Heard his voice.
And Christ is the what?
The word.
Thy word is what?
It's true.
Christ said, I am the way, the what?
It's true.
And the what?
Right.
No man comes to the Father but by through.
Me.
Learn to listen.
He's in my sheep.
You gotta learn to listen.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? We have forgot how to hear our Creator. Now you were doing classes about this some months ago. Like, bro, you forgot. You've been hearing God since the time you was born. The wind, the trees, the blowing, that thing you was sitting there messing with that little girl and you ain't supposed to be doing this. And you was sitting there doing this at the store doing this.
Right.
You was being told not to steal.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? When you were sitting there doing anything that you weren't supposed to do, that word was telling you don't do it. You was ignoring it. In fact, when you got caught doing it, first thing you say, hold on.
Right. The be not. Yeah.
They got indoctrinated now.
Bro,
Like,
because everybody, if we're gonna be honest, and this is what we're talking about, is what he's saying, we have to be honest. Because we don't tell you no more. I said with a brother yesterday, his job for over hour, talking about this new stuff. And bro, I'm not telling you ain't reading that, but if you keep in mind that God is the same yesterday, today, and forevermore, what he required at the beginning is what's also at the end.
right.
Then you have to question everything else in the middle. You got to. If he didn't give you meat in the beginning, there's no meat for you to eat in the end. You have to re-ask yourself, how did meat get in the middle? And if you go in and say Levites or the priests gave us this law, which came from God, then the question is which God, because God told you which God you was worshiping. Now, do you believe God now? He told you the names. Do you believe God now?
They gonna be outside.
So at this point, you ain't listening. So anytime you try to run here, why did the Rechabites, you notice where he went? Why did the Rechabites find faith? Because they obeyed the voice of their fathers, which was in tune, because they didn't drink wine, stuff like that. You know, it had kind of a Nazarite vow out being Nazarite.
Yeah, Rechabites. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
He used to always talk about them too.
Yeah, because he still sees himself as a Berean Rechabite.
He used to get on my nerves, kind of like, what is this? Bring up some Rechabites.
He always
The
did.
whole time, you know, he was on point.
He was on point.
He was on
He
point.
said because they obeyed
Mhm.
and they did not waver
Mhm.
from what was taught to them by their fathers of how to worship God.
Mhm.
And actually was the true worship.
Instead of listening to the voices, like,
In the temple with the Levites trying to get tempted with things that we should not have been doing. Because they was in the temple.
yeah, it's like,
The Levites was trying to give them wine. And imagine whatever other things they seen in the temple, sacrifices of blood and all that, they might that thing drenched in their spirit. Like,
It is
you
opposite.
done been of the Lord.
It's opposite of what we done heard.
Opposite. And God told them that Jeremiah is the witnesses. We quote Jeremiah, means we believe what Jeremiah is saying.
Right.
And Jeremiah is a what? A Levite. Told them that God said that they'll always have a man to stand before him. Ain't that what we want? They stand before our God and be accepted.
Mhm.
Ain't that the goal?
Absolutely.
How did they get it? Because they listened to the voice. Was they reading Torah?
No. We still trying to hear with our eyes, listening to the voice of dead men.
I like how you say it.
Charles, you finna say something. What you finna say?
I probably took it all out, my
right,
bad.
I agree. Y'all gonna say just like you just so used to somebody always, saying it for them, like back in the day they had talked to the priests and stuff. And like today they figure they gotta go to church just to hear the voice of the Lord.
Right.
My pastor said.
Yeah, my pastor.
Oh!
You know what I'm saying?
And they feel so like you feel like you don't have God unless you go to church. You know what I'm saying? You
Hey,
don't
look,
have God unless you go to
And how,
church.
look, how you said it is the same way of the temple. You ain't got God unless you got the priest. You know what I'm saying? You can't come to the Most High unless you come to those at the temple. The church is constructed just like that.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
it's like, yeah, you got somebody that you confessing your sins to, you know what I'm saying, a priest in the temple, like calling him father, all type of stuff like that. And even like being in the temple, like you had to go there, you know what I'm saying, and your sins was confessed and all type of stuff like that. It's like, bro, these men are sinners. They sinners trying to heal you from your sins, or trying to cover your sins.
And most of these people, they men that never once actually, you know what I'm saying, got in the closet or in that space or whatever and actually talk to your father. You talk to a man before you talk to your father. You know what I'm saying? It's good to talk to your brother and all of that. That's cool. But like, you know what I'm saying? You confessing all your sins that you've done to the Most High to somebody else. You ain't confessing them to him.
Exactly.
You know, that.
So I'm gonna pull it up. We about to read that. Let's read that vision of Enoch. You got. Y'all, we gonna come back to this Hosea 2:18. All right, we're gonna read that from the top. Let's.
I know you said you lost. Yeah, you got the piece. You get it.
All right, let's pull this up too. Blessings to everyone in the chat. Blessings for everyone just coming in. Hallelujah. Bless up. I'm gonna show y'all something. This right here is the vision of Enoch out the Essene Gospel of Peace. All right. Very, very profound.
Close your eyes and let it sink in.
I done got Charles. Darius story. I'm gonna blow this up.
Close your eyes and learn to listen.
She said she felt that. Bro said we still trying to hear with our eyes. I felt that. Absolutely.
Bro, I felt that.
Absolutely. So this right here, y'all, the original Hebrew and Aramaic text translated and edited by Edmund Sazeki. Translated. He didn't write it. You know what I mean? Some people say, y'all reading that? You know, he wrote that. No, he translated, all right? The vision of Enoch, the most ancient revelation. This is the most ancient revelation you can get. That the Most High speaks to man. The most ancient revealing of the Ruach is that the Most High been speaking to you since before you can remember. Now they want to call it we Hebrew voice alikes. Now that's what they call
voice alikes. Like, bro.
But all the great men of the Most High heard his voice.
So look, there's no shame for them to make a joke.
Yeah, you know, we don't care about what nobody said.
You know,
good luck.
We are fathers and y'all.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you for noticing. You know what I'm saying? Y'all your voice alikes.
All right, so look at this. The vision of Enoch, the most ancient revelation, is that God or Yah speaks to man. All right, you are his vessel, you are his temple, and he meets you over the mercy seat, which is your mind. You call this your temple to this very day.
The holy of holies.
The holy of holies. That's right. All right, so let's go ahead and get this, my brother. I'm gonna scroll this on over so y'all can see because this is all the way. They got all the way to the left on here. Okay, so y'all just trip off that. This is the most ancient revelation. I will let I will page you on. So
I'm on 55.
You know, be on page 55, so you can go ahead and get that. I'm glad you brothers brought that out. I was like, let me go ahead and see if I can pull it up online too. I got it up online on page 55.
Hey, look, this is how look. So I was like, yeah, where Enoch was speaking, not Enoch was speaking, but the Most High was speaking to him or whatever. And Yeshua pointed to my book. He said it's right here. I flipped to the pages or whatever, and I was right. Yeah, he said he didn't even know the number of the book. He just pointed to like where it's at, and I was like, all right, it's right there.
Right there.
Praise. Okay, so let's get this. What it say?
I speak to you. Be still. No. I am Yah.
You still be. That's one thing we need to learn. It's a discipline. Is to be still. You know what I mean? Learn to get in a place to where you can quiet your spirit and meditate and receive what the Most High has for you. All right. Everyone should be practicing that discipline every day. You a disciple. A disciple is discipline. All right. I speak to you. Be still. Know I am the Almighty. All right. Go ahead.
I spoke to you. When you were born, be still. No, I am Yah.
See, so I've been saying since before you can remember. Most of us can't remember when we came about it or we came through the matrix and entered this realm, right? But the Most High was still speaking to you. All right, go ahead.
I spoke to you at your first sight. Be still. Know I am Yah. I spoke to you at your first word. Be still. Know I am Yah.
You said what, Nehemiah? I spoke to you at your first word.
I spoke to you at your first thought. Be still. Know I am Yah. I spoke to you at your first love. Be still. Know I am Yah. I spoke to you at your first song. Be still. Know I am Yah. I spoke to you through the grass of the meadows. Be still. Know I am Yah. I speak to you through the trees of the forest.
So now this is not past tense. I spoke. Now it's
Amen.
I speak. He's speaking now. He's speaking through the trees. Go ahead.
Be still. Know I am Yah.
It's very important to be outside in his creation, meditate. Very, very, very vital and important. All right, go ahead.
I speak to you through the valleys and the hills. Be still. Know I am Yah. I speak to you through the holy mountains. Be still. Know I am Yah. I speak to you through the rain and the snow. Be still. Know I am Yah.
So in all the seasons, even the winter.
I speak to you through the waves of the sea. Be still. Know I am Yah. I speak to you through the dew of the morning. Be still. Know I am Yah. And you know.
Nehemiah, you got to go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I don't remember what I'm hearing, bro.
Yeah.
That's what we forgot. When was the last time you just went outside and observed everything in your sight and then see it?
What you
And
saying?
then understand the Most High is speaking to you direct.
Right.
But
Exactly.
you just think it's just events going on.
Right.
Actually talking.
Right.
Right. You think it's events going on. That's him talking.
Right. I was just thinking about the you know what I'm saying, our fathers of old, like, you know what I'm saying, every single time that they messed up because they didn't listen and wait. They didn't just chill, slow your roll. You know what I'm saying, and wait for the voice of the Most High. You don't know how you're gonna get it. Wherever you're gonna go, you might be on this ship, you might be finna go to war, you need to go out into your grass, into your, you know what I'm saying, wherever your kingdom is at, blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? Whatever you need to do, you move before the Most High spoke to you. Be still and know that I'm speaking to you. You know what I'm saying? That's why they all got in trouble, you know what I'm saying, when they went out and did something. You know what I'm saying, before he actually spoke to them. They didn't acquire with the Most High's creation and his voice, you know what I'm saying, before they start moving.
What was remember what Side told him? He said, you have never seen my father nor heard his voice.
And that's the Messiah.
He been talking everywhere.
You know what's crazy? Like, two things. Like when you get in the Gospel of Nazarene, it's just like Christ, when he had went to, I forgot where he went. Like I guess he went to like the mountains and stuff like that. And he just like, and he's for like years, he just saw with James, he saw the face of God. Like how Jacob did. He saw the face of God. You know what I'm saying? It was, you know, hearing his voice and stuff like that. So it's like you don't even take out the time to even try to see the voice. I mean, see the face of God, or even to hear the voice of God. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
He look. He is in all of his creation. How can you not see his face?
You don't notice him because you're looking at.
you know, it's just like
So what he said that they never heard his voice. He was talking to the religious leaders of his day. And you ain't never heard his voice, but the religious leaders of his day were teaching the people. You see what I'm saying? He, the Messiah, was the only one anointed. He is the only one anointed to teach what the Most High commands.
right.
And he gave that understanding to a select few. You understand? We need to be listening. They the ones that got the fiery tongues. You right back to speech or voice. We need to be hearing what they got to say out.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's just what it is. Be still and know. All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Op.
I speak to you through the peace of the evening.
Hallelujah.
Be still.
Samara.
No, I am Yah. I speak to you through the splendor of the sun. Be still. No, I am Yah.
So when you outside, we were talking about the breath areas earlier, but which basically they use different forms of energy instead of eating. Food is energy. You know what I mean? Now, when you're out in the sun, you out in the wind, water, whatever, you're downloading information. If you want to talk about it on a scientific level, actually downloading energy or information by taking in the voice of the Most High. He's speaking to you through the splendor of the sun.
And look, for a little
You
tidbit, if you ever outside, know we all been outside, you know what I'm saying, it's sometime or spring, and you got this cloud, you know what I'm saying, covering the sun, but you can tell it's bright outside, and you walking, and then the sun hits you, you like, dang, man. Instead of doing all that, maybe the Most High trying to speak to you.
Well, I mean, how about you be thankful?
Yeah.
You understand that the sun, that the sun is shining on the top of that head.
Right.
You did.
You basically like somebody saying like let's say somebody trying to give you some information, right? And instead of worrying about the information that they saying, you worrying about how loud they are or how they're yelling at you, or you know what I'm saying? Because the Most High, man, his voice is, I believe his voice is strong. You know what I'm saying? So every time he blasts you with some information, it's gonna be, just like I said, you be focused on the beams of the sun or whatever, but you trying to weigh off somebody that's trying to spit. Yeah, it's a big picture.
You're ducking the blessings.
Yeah, exactly.
That the Most High has for you.
Exactly.
Instead of being appreciative about it.
Right.
The sun ain't about to burn you up, especially you melanated folk. Everybody needs they cloud both about my melanin. Melanin nation will be this main Negro complaining about how hot it is. And the sun.
Right.
Come on, man. Sun ain't about to burn you up. Be thankful. And receive in those radiant blessings.
I was on my porch one day. I saw this heathen walking. I think it was he just had like one of them little wheelbarrow things, and I was like, I was just sitting there. It was just a cool little day. It wasn't even hot for real. I said, I'm like, hey, how you doing? And he like, hey, just wish it wasn't so hot out here. The sun would go away. I'm like, what? I'm like, hey, you know what I'm saying? I guess I'm absorbing it right now. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't feel no type of I'm good.
I'll praise.
Let's get it.
Let's get it.
I speak to you through the brilliant stars. Be still. No, I am Yah.
That's right.
I speak to you through the storm and the clouds. Be still. No, I am Yah.
So you mean to tell me the voice of the Most High is in nature?
Kids know that though. And they hear, they be like, "Oh man, that's God talking when the thunder going." I used to say, that I don't know why I used to say it, but that's
Right.
I know now.
You mean to tell me that the voice of the Most High is in nature?
Right.
You mean to tell me that? That's what we're hearing right now. Stars, sun. All right. We're talking about the storm and the clouds now. Go ahead.
I speak to you through the thunder and the lightning. Be still.
There it is. You just said it with the babies be known.
Take it with
Go ahead.
Be still. No, I am Yah.
Go ahead.
I speak to you through the mysterious rainbow.
Ooh, that bow in that cloud.
Be still.
Represents his voice as well, huh?
Yeah. No, I am Yah.
Go ahead.
I will speak to you when you are alone.
Never alone. Remember, Messiah said, I'm never alone. Because the Most High will speak to you when you are alone. All right, go ahead.
Be still. No, I am Yah. I will speak to you through the wisdom of the ancients. Be still. No, I am Yah.
Come on. Go ahead.
I thought you had something to add to that.
Go ahead, bro. I see Nehemiah saying, boy, it's about to go ahead, bro. What you feeling, Nick?
This is the whole conversation I had with Brother earlier, man. We forgot.
Yeah.
And we try to put God into these words and into these things. But if heaven and earth can't contain them, and then the lion, pin, and squadron will definitely get into you.
You heard me?
And at some point, you got to be like, speak to me.
Yeah.
Well, you ready to hear me now?
Right.
So that's how I deal with all the people that I dealt with. So I spoke with Moses face to face.
Right.
Moses wouldn't read no Torah yet.
Hallelujah.
Unclog the death wax out your ears.
Boy, I tell you.
Hey,
I'm trying to tell you.
there is a whole nother level now, man. I tell you.
Boy,
That's the
started
groovy
turning
guru.
dark skin.
That's the groovy guru now, man.
Groovy guru.
Go ahead, Hebrew. What else we got?
I will speak to you at the end of time.
Hallelujah.
Be still. No, I am Yah.
That's a whole church.
Yeah. Hey, look, one of the sisters made a song out of this deal. Yeah. I will speak to you when you have seen my angels. Be still. No, I am Yah. I will speak to you throughout eternity. Be still. No, I am Yah.
That means you notice from when you was born. Now he's talking about throughout eternity, meaning you always have access to the voice of the Most High. This is the most ancient revelation of the Most High to man, is that he never stopped speaking. You just stop listening, you ignore him, or you don't know how to listen anymore. You've lost the way. You strayed from the ancient path. Because they all knew exactly how to hear his voice and make moves. Right? And had not these men knew his voice, you wouldn't be here today.
You know what? It's funny. I don't know if any of y'all, some of y'all, I'm sure it's Dragon Ball Z fans, right? So this new level that's even above the place where he reached in his God state, Goku, is Ultra Instinct.
You know, that's a crypto coin too, the Goku coin. I got billions of them. Yeah, that's a crypto coin. Yeah, you know, I've been asking. Bro, I done ran the bag. I done ran the bag. Yeah, I'm a crypto investor. Yeah, I got about 10 coins out there. But there's a Goku coin. That deal got about 8 zeros behind that decimal point. Boy, you can get billions of it for a few dollars. And let it sit to this time next year.
You already know.
We're gonna go buy an island. But anyway, my bad, bro. I heard Goku and thought
money.
I thought of my investments. Anyway, go ahead, bro. My bad.
Trying to get Valley unclouded with devil wax years and applications.
Hey, my bad, bro. Go ahead.
But in Ultra Instinct, right, when he first caught it, he burned through it, right? Because he didn't understand what he had reached. It was a new level, right? But the guy, I can't think of his name, guy with the angel. Yeah. So he said, told him, he said, all these years of training and studying multiple fighting styles, right? And he reached her, but he can't use it because he's clouded with what he knows.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everybody remember that?
Yeah.
He said he's clouded with what he knows. But when he learns to let go of what he knows, then that Ultra Instinct, he'll move without moving. Everything will happen automatically.
Right.
He'll block automatically. He'll move his speed, his fight. Because right now he's thinking in styles.
Right.
He plays what I But Ultra Instinct is supposed to be free.
It's going with the flow.
It's
Like me,
going with the flow.
And then like
He was just
the journey
with that,
just a revelation, like the journey of life and like.
I know y'all in crypto doing classes, bro.
No, we ain't. We just rapping about
I
this
know
stuff.
y'all in crypto in classes, bro.
The journey,
Old school crypto, huh?
the revelation of like the journey of life and like trying to seek the path of truth comes with a lot of shedding and like unbecoming, just like unlearning the things that you learn, like, and then when you learn, like, you know something, like the more you know that you don't know. You know what I'm saying? So it's like he was saying, like, he's so stuck of what he knows, he can't let go of what he knows, so he can't even use the new knowledge that the new truth that he's received.
And it's like, I think the whole thing like in a nutshell was instead of thinking to fight, become the fight. Like become, you know what I'm saying?
Embrace
Become,
it.
become
Like water.
like water.
Be like water.
Exactly.
Or like Neo. You remember when he started like
Yeah, exactly. It was something like that. Then he did another thing. What dude said to him, it was like, because you remember you mentioned him burning it out.
He burned
Yeah,
through.
he burned through. He said you still, because you know he turns all the Super Saiyans and all that. He was like, you still consider it as a transformation instead of a way of being. He said,
Woo!
I
He
am.
sure did.
Yeah.
Boy, you hey, he sure, bro. He said, look, you looking at it as you
There's something else.
gaining stages.
Yeah.
When it's already an immediate, accessible part of you at all times.
Exactly.
Like you should be an ultra instinct at all times.
He said, yeah, that's what he said. He said, he said, I am an angel. He said, and all the rest of the angels, we are always an ultra instinct.
Always.
So it's just like we constantly going with the flow. But let's bring the last part in.
Yeah, let's get her done.
I speak to you.
Mm-hmm.
Still, no. I am Yah.
He said, he'll put the book up.
Wait, look. I'm clouded by words and thoughts and forms.
you have learned to see
Yeah.
with your ears.
Bruce Leroy.
Yeah, Bruce Leroy. I
Bruce
was
Leroy
just
from
gonna
last
say that.
night.
I was just gonna say that.
He said, how did you know to catch that arrow? I don't know. He stripped his thing. Oh, man. He said, look, I can't teach you. He said, it's done. You got it. It's already in there. That way goes the book.
Be still
Yeah.
and know I am God.
That's
Yeah.
I
right.
speak to you right now.
It's like, it's just like everything that he said, all from all three of them pages. He had 3-4 pages of telling you, basically, in a nutshell, I'm speaking to you always.
That's
Like,
right.
Always.
His voice he's never stopped speaking. The moment he stops speaking, existence ceases to exist.
Right. I'm finna leave, you know what I'm saying? I'm about to leave this house, class over with. You know what I'm saying? At some point, before I left the house, leave this house, leave your crib, I'm sure I should be still, you know what I'm saying? And be like, okay, well, Most High want me to do this when I go about my way. You know what I'm saying? But that's how we're supposed to be operating in all things. You know what I'm saying? Just listening to the voice. Okay, what do you want me to do now?
Yeah.
What shall I do now?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
What's my next orders or instructions?
Yeah.
Not
He's
what
out.
shall befall me.
Yeah.
Right. And that's your choice. It's not, you know what I'm saying? It's not that he didn't want to create no robots. Like you know what I'm saying? Something
Right.
that just you have the choice in order to ask and receive and follow my instructions.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
That's the free will right there.
Absolutely. That's powerful, man. When I first read that, I posted that online. Everybody was like, "Oh, what is that?" I'm like, "Yeah, bro, that's it.
Yeah.
That same gospel peace."
Yeah.
You know, some of y'all may
That
not.
sounded like one of them songs right there.
Yeah. But that shows you that the Most High's voice, you always have access to his voice. The problem is we have forgotten how to hear it, or we ignore his voice, and we find ourselves in so much calamity, man. It's crazy.
And we ignore them because our own personal, what we really want to do. I want to eat meat. I'm ignoring that.
Mm-hmm.
I want to, go against my brother. I'm ignoring that. I want to take his wife or his children or his health or his wealth.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You choose to ignore. You know what I'm saying?
And then find
And
ourselves
it's
in all type of calamities,
calamity right
man.
behind it.
You understand? Look, you really brought that on yourself. That's what it is,
That's
because
the opposite.
you're not obeying. You're not obeying what you have been commanded to do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's just what it is.
You know this young girl?
We back on Hosea 2:18.
Yeah, I was a real blocked on Facebook. He can sing, say, young girl, little ghost. Keep him in prayers. That's his page.
No.
Yeah, a lot of people that comment, but
No.
Then it also comes from a continual cycle of just
yeah,
like
the ghost.
building, basically learning all that stuff, learning all like the eating of flesh and the riotous lifestyle.
Mhm.
You was
Right.
you learn these things and growing up. So like from a baby, you was connected. You know what I'm saying? And then like the voice of the Most High still was speaking to you, but it started to be more quiet because your mind was polluted. Like the physician was saying, like your mind started being polluted with the dead things, and now it kind of lowers that frequency or whatever. You can't even hear it. You don't even know what the voice of the Most High sounds like anymore.
He's a stranger to you.
Yeah, because you've been taught to.
You've been conditioned. You have been conditioned to it. You've been taught how to doubt what you know is right. For instance, it's like somebody training you. It's like somebody training you to believe that the sky is not blue. it's actually this color or whatever. You know what I mean? It's actually green or some color that it's not. You see what I'm saying?
Y'all seen that?
But you know better. I'm saying like you've been trained to deny your very senses that's telling you, or the voice of the Most High that's telling you this is true. This is what you're supposed to be doing. For instance, you see the sun move every day. But look, it's even in the scriptures that the sun moves. But you've been conditioned to believe that it sits still and you go around it. See, so it's not that hard to believe. You've been conditioned not to hear the voice of the Most High. They've already convinced you that something that moves is actually still.
The world gonna walk around you.
I'm just saying, let's think about it. Look how easily they convinced you through school and indoctrination that you actually sitting on a ball that's spinning so fast you can't feel it moving, and it itself is moving around the sun.
66,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, it's been
going 250,000 miles.
You hear me?
I mean, you jump up off the earth should be somewhere else.
I'm just saying that means you're never.
I mean, not technically.
Okay, like as fast as
I mean, what you're saying is true and absolutely true, but I don't want because of.
No.
No, I'm just. We have to be minor. Check it out what I'm saying. You can drive 60 miles an hour, right? And you can have a mosquito or a bug or a fly in your car. Is he traveling 60 miles an hour with you? No. Is he not in the same space with you?
Right.
Shouldn't that same centrifugal forces, what the name of it is, smack him against the back windshield and kill him? But he don't do it. He's moving at the same spectrum that you're moving in, at the same speed in that car. It's just, but this ain't a science class.
Right. Look, y'all going too deep.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was going too deep.
Yeah, y'all are going too deep into it. Look, you see, my point is this.
No, your point is fact.
You see it move. But somehow you've been convinced you moving around. But you see it move every day.
If them rotations and like what he was saying that fast, you'll be missing it. Well, it would be too many times. Like,
or you're never sitting. If you're moving like that, you're never sitting in one fixed position. East is never east all the time.
Yeah.
North is never north. West is never west. South is never south. It's moving.
The ball is just keep on.
It's constantly moving. So you're never fixed in a certain position at one point in time. You know what I mean? So I'm saying it's not that hard for someone to train you not to hear the voice of the Most High through conditioning, because you've already been convinced or have been convinced that what moves don't move.
And then a long time ago, everybody believed that the earth was the center of the universe, right? And it was flat. And then until certain conditioning came in to where we believed other things. You know what I'm saying? It's like, well, why did
Absolutely, through training and certification. You dig? Let's get back to Hosea 2 though. Hosea 2:18. Let's get it done.
And in that day will I make a covenant for them with the beasts of the field, and with the fowls of the heaven, and with the creeping things of the ground. And I will break the bow and the sword and the battle out of the earth.
See, the sword and the bow are your weapons to kill. So the Most High is saying the covenant that he's making in this day, which is still in front of us, he's going to make a covenant, right, with the beasts, with the fowls, and with the creeping things of the ground, and the weapons of warfare will be destroyed out of the earth, right? And what else to say?
And then look, I said, well, I missed that because he said, and the battle.
Yeah.
So there'll be no more of that either.
No more warfare. What else to say? And I will what?
And will make them to lie down safely.
So this is safe to say. Part of the restoration of Israel, part of the new covenant or the renewed covenant is between man and animals, and there will be peace or safety amongst them, amongst each other. Or am I reading this wrong?
No, that's what it is.
Ain't that what we read?
Yeah.
All right. So if the restoration of Israel, meaning the renewed covenant, has to do with peace, not only amongst man, but also amongst animals. Do you understand? And that's according to Isaiah, when the whole earth will be filled with the knowledge of the Most High. This time hasn't happened yet. Then whose knowledge is the earth filled with now? With all the bloodshed, the murder, and the slaughter.
time.
Exactly. Y'all can look. Beautiful thing about this, there is no gray area. All right. Verse 19.
I was going to say something like just about the condition. It was a video I was looking at real quick.
Go on, it was
a video I was looking at real quick, and it was like a man with like an assembly of people, and he had you ever seen that he had the 2 circles? He had 2 circles, and they was like blue. There was a man, he was sitting with an assembly of people, and he showed them on the overhead. He was like, he had the 2 circles, they was blue circles. He said, now look, y'all. He said, first things first, I'm gonna tell you, one of these circles is bigger than the other. Now I want you to tell me which one it is. And he said, which one of y'all think this circle is bigger, the left circle? And some of them raised their hand, and he said, which one of y'all think this circle, the right circle is bigger, and the other ones raised their hand. And then he was like, okay, now put your hands down. He said, now I'm going to tell you, neither one of these circles is bigger than the other. They're the exact same size. Yeah, so I was like, you know what I'm saying? But that just shows the conditioning. It's just like, even when you're just around a group of people, you go with the consensus of what everybody's thinking or doing versus what you're supposed to do.
You pressured into thinking the same thing correctly.
And it's so deep. I saw another one. It's so deep. They had people sit in a place full of actors, right? It was different actors. They did this to different people. Everybody's actors. They waiting for a so-called interview or something, and they looking at their newspapers and all of that. And the one person that's not an actor, they always sitting there and they have some smoke coming from a hallway. And the person they condition, they looking around like, ain't nobody see that smoke? And everybody just reading their books or reading their newspapers or what. They ain't saying nothing, And then the other person, the person, they looking crazy, but they like, okay, well, I guess it's cool then. You know what I'm saying? But you see the building might be burning down.
Yeah.
But that's the state we got to get out of. It's people. I don't think, and a lot of people that see that, they'd be like, well, I wouldn't do that. Well, you wouldn't put through the text. You saying that because you see it. You know what I'm saying? But that's the conditioning that we are in.
Right.
It's that deep.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. Straight up. Not to even call smoke for what it is.
Yeah.
Verse 19. So we see the renewed covenant is peace and safety between man, specifically Israel, and the animals. Right. Do we see that? Yeah. Hallelujah. And that's part of the renewed covenant. All right. So y'all, and the weapons of killing and battle or warfare will be destroyed out of the earth. No more hunting tools. No more weapons to kill even man. Weapons down. That goes back into the scriptures to say you're going to beat your weapons of war in the gardening tools, huh? Huh? Yeah, how many of y'all knew that's the renewed covenant as well? All right, come on, now let's get it.
And I will betroth thee.
Come on.
I will betroth thee unto me forever. I'm going to say and ever. Yeah. I will betroth thee unto me in righteousness.
These are marriage terms. Betrothal. Go ahead.
And in judgment.
Come on.
And in loving kindness.
Come on.
And in mercy.
Come on home.
I will even betroth thee unto me in faithfulness.
Come on.
And thou shalt know thy power.
Look at that. Yeah. Come on. 21 Hebrew.
And it shall come to pass in that day.
Come on.
I will hear.
Come on.
Save the Lord.
Right.
I will hear the heavens, and they shall hear the earth.
That will be done on earth as it is in heaven, huh? Huh? Heaven and reality on earth, huh? Something that's within you must be brought forth and made a reality. I will hear one accord, same vibration, same spiritual link. Go ahead,
And the earth shall hear the corn.
The slaughterhouses.
The corn.
Come on.
And the wine.
The yayan, the wine. Go ahead.
And the oil.
Come on.
And they shall hear Jezreel.
Jezreel, which is another name for Israel. It means the plant. My power will plant or sow. So even Israel is compared to the Most High planting seed in the earth. Not slaughterhouse. He didn't say he was going to be hearing slaughterhouses. I'm going to hear corn, wine, and oil, and they, the corn, wine, and oil, going to hear Israel, Jezreel, which means the planting of the Most High. Huh? This is all the renewed covenant.
You know,
right.
You know, one thing I hate too is like, why do you want to blame the Most High for you wanting to eat animals when you so-called get to the kingdom? Like you want to do that because you want to do that. Like you feel like you want to, yeah, you find it any kind of way to blame the Most High. You know what I'm saying? Like he gonna have us doing that, so we gonna it's just you want to do that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that be tripping me out.
Yeah, Messiah called them hypocrites in the Gospel of the Holy 12. You know what I mean? You just bringing that up to satisfy your own lust. That's it. You in Genesis. Why you ain't go back to the beginning of Genesis?
Yeah.
All right, come on, 23.
And I will sow her unto me in the earth. And he got to sow us back in the earth.
That's right. That's right, brother. Planted in the earth.
Back to the
Jezreel, Israel, in the earth.
And I will have mercy upon her.
Come on.
That had not obtained mercy.
That's right. Come on.
And I will say to them, which were not my people, thou art my people.
Come on.
And they shall say, thou art my Elohim.
So we see right there, you understand that the renewed covenant is a state of peace and a state of safety between man, specifically Israel, and the beasts of the field, the fowls of the air, and the creeping things of the ground, correct?
Right.
And that the weapons of war and the weapons to kill will be destroyed out of the earth, and even the warfare will be destroyed out of the earth. And then we read, and he said he gonna hear the corn, the wine, the oil, and they gonna hear Israel. He said nobody no slaughterhouses, correct? Yeah. All right, so let's get a second witness on that. Let's go with Isaiah 11. Isaiah 11. All right, we're gonna read 1 through 9. Yeah, Isaiah 11. Let's read 1 through 9. We're gonna get a little deeper today if it be the will of the Most High. We just want to kind of briefly go over some of these things. So right now, y'all, we're just going back over a few of the things we already said. All right. Notice what this says at the top right here. Righteous reign of the branch. Righteous reign of the branch. All right. The branch. All right. Another name for Mashiach, Messiah. All right. Isaiah 11 and 1. We're going to read 1 through 9. The second witness, what we just read in Hosea 2, starting at 14 on down to 23. All right. A lot of that. Then the will of the Most High going to destroy the names of Baalim out of our mouths. That means that's who Israel is calling on in action and in deed today. The pantheon gods of Canaan. Based off the 40 years of error we got in the wilderness. That the Most High clearly said, them ain't my ways. I told you to do this. I didn't give that to you. I didn't command that when you left Egypt. We got conflict. Right now, you can do is just choose what side you on, man. That's all it comes down to. You can spend, look, if you want to spend your whole career in this, trying to make a square, a circle, then brother, have it. You understand? But at some point, you have to come to the reality. Yeah, that's different right there. All right. Isaiah 11 and 1. Let's get it out.
And there shall come forth a rod out of the stem of Jesse.
Come on.
And a branch shall grow out of his root.
Branch. Look at this word branch right here, y'all. This is, some of y'all know what it is. All right. Look at this.
Strong's H 5342. Nate said. Y'all, that's the root word for Nazarene. Nazarene. You know what I mean? Natsar, Netzar. That's where they get it from. So when you read Matthew 2 and 23, that he shall be called a Nazarene, talking about the Messiah. Well, you got to go into the Hebrew to find the root word for Nazarene, which is Netzor, and it just so happened to be in this Isaiah 11 prophecy. In English, you say branch. Right. You understand? Coming out of Jesse, which is David's father. Yeah, Nazarene. Yeah, there you go, Charles. Well, they want to know what a Nazarene is. All right, we just showed you.
I used to wonder that, like, look, man, it say in Matthew 2 and 23, like, man, he's going to be called a Nazarene. Right. But, like, where in the prophets do he say that he's going to be called a Nazarene? Yeah, right there.
Isaiah 11 and 1, the word for branch. And the word for branch everywhere else ain't this. For some reason here, it's this right here. That's where you get Nazarene from. Symbolizing the branch, the one who was prophesied to come through Jesse, David, on down. You understand? All praises. All right, let's get on back to it. Netzir, that's right. And we're the fruit. Did he say, I'm the vine and you the branches? He said that?
The Nazarenes.
Yeah, the Nazarenes. You are the branches. Dang, Nazarene.
YHWH'S, Nazarene, MALAKIMAC. Oh, you gotta throw that up in the prayer. You gotta throw that in the prayer. YHWH'S, Nazarene, MALAKIMAC. Yeah. Yeah. All right, and a branch shall grow out of his roots. All right, this is a prophecy about the righteous reign of the branch or the Nazarene. Let's get it, y'all. Charles, see it. All right, verse 2. Go ahead.
And the spirit of the Most High shall rest upon him, the spirit of wisdom and understanding, the spirit of counsel and might, the spirit of knowledge and of the fear of the Most High.
All these spirits are going to be upon this branch, this Nazarene, as a collective, upon him. All right. Go ahead, Hebrew.
And shall make him of quick understanding and fear of the Most High.
Quick meaning the giving of life. Quick understanding means understanding gives life. I am the way, the truth, and the no man comes to the Father but by me. All right, go ahead, Hebrew.
And he shall not judge after the sight of his eyes.
Come on.
Neither reprove after the hearing of his ears.
Come on.
But with righteousness shall he judge the poor and reprove with
equity.
With equity for the meek of the earth.
Come on.
He shall smite the earth with the rod of his mouth, and with the breath of his lips shall he slay the wicked.
Oh, wait, boy. Y'all heard this? Prophecies of our mighty Mashiach, the righteous branch, you understand, of Jesse. All praises. All right. Go ahead.
And the righteousness shall be the girdle of his loins.
That's right.
And faithfulness the girdle of his ring.
Remember, we're talking about his kingdom when he's ruling, correct? All right. Come on.
The wolf also shall dwell with the lamb.
Are you serious?
And the leopard shall lie down with the kid.
Go ahead.
And the calf and the young lion and the fattling together. And the little child shall lead them.
Now, we just read Hosea 2:18 that it's a covenant between man and the beast of the ground and the fowl of the earth and the creeping thing of the ground. The weapons of war get destroyed out of the earth. The battle get broke out of the earth, and they shall lie down safely, correct? All right, well, this is a second witness. It's saying the wolf gonna live or dwell with the lamb.
Dog is plant-based.
Yeah. And the leopard shall lie down with the kid. Calf and the young lion and the fallow together, and a little child. And a little child shall lead them. The little child represents man, mankind, correct? All right, and this is during the Messiah's reign.
And it shouldn't be that far off because we just read where Noah, when he had to keep the animals alive on the ark.
We're going there next. We're going there next. Genesis 6. Yeah. So this is in the Messiah's reign. But we just read about the restoration of Israel, right, in Hosea the 2nd chapter. You understand? Now we're talking about in Isaiah the 11th chapter about the Messiah's righteous reign. All right. Now, if the wolf and the lamb are dwelling together, that means the wolf ain't what? He's not eating them. They're not enemies no more. All right. And some of these potentially harmful animals that are carnivores, like lions. You got a lion in there. Leopard, wolf, right? It says a little child gonna lead them.
What was the argument? Okay, when this first started off, I remember the argument. Like, they talking about them laying together. Like, that ain't got nothing to do with us. But what was the argument if it say child right now?
I have no idea what the crack pipe logic is. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think you had better off asking your show. He be watching all that, man.
Yeah. Oh, he understands.
Yeah.
This is great pipe logic.
Yeah, I don't even listen to the other side at all. You know what I mean? But I mean, once you see a child in there, then you somehow got to
take them out.
You're right. But or try to explain
mankind.
Yeah, or try to somehow explain it the way not to be what Mally and Nehemiah and YAHKI keep bringing out. Like, make somebody convinced that we making this up. Like, bro, say that. I mean, in his reign, there's not gonna be no chewing on no flesh. There's not gonna be any killing. That's what that means. All right, you got wolf, leopard, and lion, who are all carnivorous.
I ain't never heard that word.
Carnivorous.
Boy, you in school? You know?
Huh?
Man, this school has changed, man. We don't need to be learning. We don't even learn that.
And indoctrination probably deeper than before.
Oh wait, here, you know what?
You know, it's funny. They'll leave the man or the child in there is still accountable.
Right.
They leave them accountable, and all the rest of them are plant-based.
Let's read some different. Let's read some different versions. Let's read some different versions of Isaiah 11:6. All right, we got the NLT version. It says, "In that day, the wolf and the lamb will live together. The leopard will lie down with the baby goat. The calf and the yearling will be safe with the lion, and the little child will lead them all." Yeah. Well, maybe there's not enough, Nehemiah. The ESV.
Go deep.
The wolf shall dwell with the lamb, and the leopard shall lie down with the young goat, and the calf and the lion and the fattened calf together, and a little child shall lead them.
Put fat on there, knowing he'd be tempted if he was still kind of bored. He had the word fatted, but he's looking succulent. He's a succulent.
What's going on, you show? What's going on?
Hey, wait for the succulents on there, boy. You that? Fatted. You know, we had a brother, we talked, talk to, we bring this stuff out, and he talks about the parable, you know what I'm saying? But the parable is not a reality. You know what I'm saying? Well, let me explain what I mean by that. So, you know the parable about the man, he had the babies, and one son stayed, did everything, and one son went off and found off all his riches.
Are you serious?
You see what I'm saying?
Did somebody actually try to compare that? Oh my God.
And so saying that,
Come on, Mark, stop.
You know, you went, but when he came back and he was accepted by his father, he killed the fatted calf.
Yeah, but
that's a parable about how you go off and you come back home. You get what I'm saying? 100%.
Yeah, but you know what's crazy? Because when a brother that's not fully convinced in what he's saying to you, feel me? He'll be stuttering and voice won't be with no conviction for real, and it'd be but bro, I like you remember the prodigal son, and you know how he went off,
and he came back and ate me,
and they ate me. Like
not about him going off,
right?
This the whole story makes about that too.
Yeah, and that itself doesn't explain away what we're talking about.
It does not.
You know what I mean? The only reason you had to search high and low to find something that you thought might reasonably explain away what we're saying is because you know that we're reading this. You feel me? And it's opposite of what you believe it to be. Just call it for what it is. It's conflict. You know what I mean? You don't want, but the fact that you got to search high and low to try to explain away what this is saying. You feel me?
Right.
And not go with common sense proves that you know. You know, you just don't like the fact that it goes against everything that you believe it to be.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Because then we got to go to Hosea 2. Hosea 2 is the second witness. What about that one? What about the creeping things of the earth? All right, now look at the CSB. The wolf will dwell with the lamb, and the leopard will lie down with the goat, the calf, the young lion, and the fattened calf will be together, and a child will lead them. NASB 20, and the wolf will dwell with the lamb, and the leopard will lie down with the young goat, the calf, and the young lion, the fattened steer will be together. And the little boy will lead them. And it goes on and on. NET, a wolf will reside with a lamb. And a leopard will lie down with a young goat. An ox and a young lion will graze together as a small child leads them along.
If you think about it, it's like, look what they're saying. Who's showing these animals to do that?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, bro.
Yeah.
What you got over there, Nick?
So I guess it was storming or something like that, and it shows these people trying to save their idols.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying? But look, this caption that gets it right. That awkward moment when you have to save your God because it can't save itself. Therefore, I can't save you either. I'm going to show the people that, man. That's crazy.
Man. Well, blue look God too, and
yeah, one of them Hindu looking
fucking Krishna, I think.
That moment when that awkward moment when you realize you got to save your guy because he can't save himself.
Wow.
You say, "Well, I can't save you."
I can't save you either. All right, now we at verse 7. Now watch this. Isaiah 11:7.
And the cow and the bear shall feed. Their young ones shall lie down together, and the lion shall eat straw like an ox.
Now lions don't eat hay or straw today, Charles. Lions eat flesh. They're carnivorous. You dig? So in the prophecy or the reign of the kingdom, this reign of the righteous branch, the Nazarene in his kingdom. Lions are gonna be chewing on straw.
Same thing.
Hey.
See horses and cows.
I used to I had got that revelation on that as far as like the teeth and all of that, because of course we talked about that with the grazing and yeah. So it's just like if you get straw in it like in its natural form, especially like you know what I'm saying, it has to be ripped apart. So it's like it makes sense for them to have teeth like that if that's what they're eating. They're not eating fruit. Right. You know what I'm saying? Something that's soft and you can just kind of squeeze it with your teeth, great, you know, chew it, whatever. But you know, things like that you have to like basically.
Hey, everything is going back to what it was in Genesis 1. No,
Even the body.
Yeah, the man, we're gonna be eating the fruits and the animals gonna be eating Genesis 1:30, the vegetation. Everything is going back. But notice in the reign of this righteous Nazarene, prophesied to come through Jesse, right? In his realm, the lion gonna be eating straw like a bullock. Oh, go ahead, Hebrew.
And the sucking child shall play on the hole of the ass, and the weaned child shall put his hand on the cocktrain's den.
Let's look at some different versions just in case anybody get messed up about what's being said here. You know what I mean, bro, Charles? All right, NLT. The baby will play safely near the hole of a cobra. I mean, that's venomous snakes, brother. You know what I mean? The baby will play safely near the hole of a cobra. Yes. A little child will put his hand in a nest of deadly snakes without harm. That's what that means.
Everything's in peace.
Everything's in peace, brother.
I was reading it. It was talking about the snakes are actually going to eat the dirt, like the beginning. Like, it said, because I was like, what the snakes gonna eat? But it said they're gonna eat the dirt.
All right, ESV, the nursing child shall play over the hole of the cobra, and the weaned child shall put his hand on the adder's den. CSB, an infant will play beside the cobra's pit, and a toddler will put his hand into a snake's den. NET, a baby will play over the hole of a snake, over the nest of a serpent. An infant will put his hand. Everything's at peace, y'all. YLT, and played half a suckling by the hole of an ass, and on the den of a cockatrice have the weaned put his hand. All right, so it's basically telling you that look, even the babies it'll be so much peace. Even venomous snakes will be at peace with man. You understand? And little babies. Oh, wait, Nehemiah.
You know you good when the babies say. You know you good in the earth when the babies say.
When the babies are.
Like you ain't got to tend no more. Like not saying you want to tend the babies, but they're in the kingdom. Right. So death ain't touching. Yeah. So the things in the world that we have as natural parents that we have is not done.
Well, when you look, you see your kid outside, you probably
really ain't tripping no more. Right. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you probably talk to the Mother Earth and be like, can you send me back? You know. She send you right back. Probably some lions got him back. You know.
Right. Exactly. Right.
Like Christ, bro. Like Christ. Go out there. Riding on, camels and riding.
But we got to remember, we have to bring that kingdom. So you know what I'm saying? Like,
let's get it done. Verse 9.
They shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountains.
Come on.
For the earth shall be full of the knowledge of the Most High, as the waters cover the sea.
So, in his reign, the earth will be full of the knowledge of the Most High. Well, whose knowledge is it filled with now? Must be the adversary. All this death, this bloodshed, this flesh eating. We see in that day all the carnivorous animals gonna be plant-based. We see that we see that even little children will be playing their venomous snakes and not be destroyed or not be poisoned, not be bitten. Everything's at peace. So it's going back to what we read in Hosea the 2nd chapter. It's second witnesses with Isaiah the 11th chapter, right? Y'all got something to say? I see it. Everyone's listening.
New covenant.
Yeah, it's the new covenant. All right. This is what we all aiming for. Right. You dig? And that's the Most High's knowledge, right? Or his covenant. Right. Well, whose covenant is everybody pumping out here? It gotta be, because the Most High said, I ain't get it to you. It wasn't me you was doing all that to, so who is it to? It's real simple. You just like, man, this is the Most High's covenant. This is what he wants. You know what I mean? Now you either part of that or you're not. You understand? Let's back it up with Genesis 6. Let's go to Genesis 6. Right? Now after destruction came, and the flood and all that was coming and all that, and okay, well, let's read about this covenant again. The covenant between man, all right, and the animals. Let's get it done, all right? Genesis 6, we're going to start at 18. Let's get it done. Now, we've been in the Bible the whole time, man. We ain't outside the scripture, so again, it ain't nothing but to have a conversation with anybody that disagree with us. Let's just have a conversation. It's that simple. And let's see, you know what I mean? Let's see where we line up at. That's for anybody that got a problem with being said, bro. It ain't nothing but to have a conversation. It's that simple.
We've been having them all week. Good, great ones, bro. Yeah. Amazing. Like, bro, we
yeah.
There a few brothers that came up, offered to come and sit down and sis house and teach. Come up to the job, wind up holding the whole session up in that day.
That's what's up.
Yeah,
that's what's up,
man. I'm talking about great one. Great one. Because in the end, like, I've been hearing about this, you know, because conversation is out there.
Yeah.
But bro, he said, man, look. He said, my mind, bro. He said, I got to process what you showing me. He said, but it's right there. I hit him with that, hey, what you have? You been burnt. He said, he changed now. I'm saying, he gave you this, we going back to this, how we get this. Somewhere this 9-penny scribe thing had to happen.
I mean, it got to happen somewhere. I'm going to let you tell me where it happened then.
Because what you got and what you had.
Like, if I'm saying it wrong, then just show me where it came in at. So you said there are no lying pens and scribes then.
That's what you have to say.
Is that what you're saying?
Because, bro, even they would take.
Then why did Christ have a problem with scribes?
Bro,
what did they write down that he had a problem with? Because he obviously talked different than what they wrote down. Weren't the scribes one of his main enemies? Why would the men who had been given the authority to write the history and write the Torah have a problem with what the Son of the Most High was teaching? Why would they be his enemies? Because his word didn't match up with what they wrote down. It's that simple. Because even if you try to say, well, Jeremiah 8:8 ain't talking about any scribes that are lying, then why did the Messiah have a problem with scribes?
Come down like 100 years.
That 500 years later, the scribes evidently was a fraternal order.
How much more was written in 500 years?
That's what I'm saying. And remember, it wasn't no New Testament he was arguing and debating on. There wasn't no New Testament that you had today. That didn't come to 300 years after the Messiah. So what was written down in this accepted Tanakh? Because if it was written down, I mean the scribes wrote it down. So what was written down in this accepted Tanakh that we have today?
Did not please the Most High God or his Son.
That the Messiah obviously taught opposite.
He broke it down. And look how he said, is it not written in your book? Why do you label it like that?
Your law. Your law. Don't get me started there, boy. Hey, look, these the big homie outside. He pulling up having sessions at stores and people's jobs. He outside with
it. And ain't touching good. Brothers heard about the good time. Look, it's right here.
Yeah, we gotta do it.
It's here.
Let's just have a conversation.
You actually have names.
Yeah.
Of what you've been worshiping.
Yeah.
Then I took him to 95. He said, 40, the whole.
That
We
what that's
never
for.
knew his way. Every way that you've been taught, everybody trying to get you back to his way that ain't of the Most High.
So who is it of, brother?
Well, here they go. Here go down.
Here go they go. You want to know? You want to know? Yeah, I mean,
You
hey,
know.
once you
know.
know, you're accountable. Yeah.
Bro,
We don't gonna show you.
bro, people sitting there like, bro, wow, you're a pin drop.
I bet.
Pin drop.
I bet, bro.
Pin
I
drop.
bet.
And it's right here, bro.
Yeah, it ain't nothing but to
Take
have a
your time,
conversation.
that's it. And just walk.
And no, look, we love you enough to take our time and walk through it with you slowly. So we got
And let them read.
yeah,
Let him read.
yeah, we got some critical questions for you. So what is
And he said, bro, he said, what to sit down? I gotta come get you.
Absolutely.
He said, I gotta come get you. I've been watching. I didn't even know he remember the brother Gabar.
Hey.
Yeah, you know, he then stopped, you know what I'm saying? 'Cause, but he said he's still watching.
Okay.
Yeah, he got to hear that. Yeah, he said, man, we been man, it's what now ain't nothing been on. That's when I'm on my way to your job. I'm the ball. I'm on my way to.
No, okay.
Sure.
Oh, what's up, man? That's love.
That's it.
That's love, bro. Just pull up and just talk. Man, get it done. We got scriptures we need to go over. And I told some brothers last week, look, it ain't right in front of both of them. Yeah, y'all both know it ain't nothing but a conversation to be had. Stood down.
And brother, I'm not writing no new scriptures for you.
I mean,
it's like how Malaki said. This does it.
Yeah.
When you put
What
out
you
the
did with the
down
Bible.
properties, that's the nail in the coffin.
Yeah.
That's the dirt on the meat.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You already you slept.
Yeah.
It's her.
Uh-huh. You still writing about it?
It's right here.
You writing about it. And the fact that you go to something else in the Bible that says opposite of what we're reading over here proves our initial point. There's conflict in the Bible then.
Right.
That's saying a plant-based kingdom and fruits. What you showing is slaughtering and organs of fat on the altar and blood on the altar. Which all you can do is decide which one.
You can have this right now, kingdom, with everybody or you can choose to get back to the kingdom. Ain't that the law? The law to get back. You lost it. This is what it was when we was there. We want to get back to it. This is what it's gonna be when we get there. How'd you?
Yeah.
You got a question what's in the middle.
Because
it's a deductive reason.
Yeah, obviously it's different.
Obviously it's different. Not something changed.
Something changed. That's it.
And next could be the start of your new study.
Okay, that's it, man.
That's the start of your new study.
Hey, look, you know when we tell you choose a side, man, look, choose life. We serve the God of the living, or the mighty one of the living. That's it. There's nothing wrong with us telling you to stop putting dead things in your body. You know what I mean? Stop destroying the Most High's temple. Because there's a judgment behind it. There actually is. You know what I mean? Man, this ain't salvation. It actually is.
I showed them a conversation I had on Facebook about it.
It actually is.
Everything you do is salvation.
It's salvation. You better believe it. We talking about the kingdom of Busser. You know what I mean? Straight up. Let's get this, y'all. Genesis 6, we're going to start at verse 18. Hallelujah. Good to see y'all in the building today. If y'all get some understanding, give us a Yahoo up in the chat. All praises, glory now to the Most High. All praises. Only 2 thumbs down today, Nehemiah.
That's it?
Only 2. Dang.
Oh, no. We put the thing in there,
only 2 thumbs down today, boy. They say they ain't started. They ain't stopped yet, Charles. They on Nazarene edition 41. Hold on. They should have ran out of gas by now. Man, what's going on? Yeah, you know, that's why it's only 2 thumbs down. You know, you'll be late, believe it or not, y'all, we gaining a lot of folks. They turning back to the Most High in droves.
And that ain't to no credit to us.
No.
That's no credit to us, man. This is all great glory and high esteem
to the Most
High. To the
High.
Holy One of Israel.
That's right.
Son,
that's right, man.
It ain't nothing, bro. Thank God that He allowed us to see.
Exactly.
Because, bro, we always just living a lamb chop cookout away.
Yeah.
And my nephew throws down those plans. What? This little Hebrew is a cook.
That's one of his cash app tags or something.
Hey man, and look, that's crazy because even with the conversion of into this, better walking, closer walk with HaMashiach, this cooking ain't fell off though.
Exactly.
He just switched.
Oh, right.
Hey, all
Alkaline soup, what?
What? Hey,
Priest of
he
the
gonna
Lamb.
get it down.
All praises. man.
Make cheese out of nuts. Nigga.
Please. Hey, I remember I first found it out too. I said, y'all making cheese out of cashews? Nigga, please.
So good.
It's fine. It's fine. You be like, dang, let me sit on down with my whole tripping.
When Malaki come up to the crib, smile.
Yeah,
In the
yeah.
kitchen
They
today.
going down today, baby.
Your ribs throw down. They do throw down.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's get this, y'all. Genesis 6, let's start at 17. Now, let's read on down. All praise to the Most High. YHWH'S up in the chat. Let's get it.
And behold, I, even I, do bring a flood of waters upon the earth to destroy all flesh, wherein is the breath of life from under heaven, and everything that is in the earth shall die.
Oh, wow. Know what he's saying? That all flesh wherein is the breath of life. Ecclesiastes 3:19, man, don't have no preeminence over no beast. We all got the same breath of life in us. We all got the same breath of life.
Sure do. Would you think you go up and they go down?
Woo! Verse 18, watch this. Remember, we talking about the covenant, right? Verse 18, go ahead.
But with thee will I establish my covenant, and you shall come into the ark, you and your sons, and your wife, and your sons,
wives.
and your sons' wives with me.
See, so he's talking about establishing the covenant, correct? All right, this is the renewed covenant, because he's about to destroy everything that was there that was going against his will, correct? And notice he's making a covenant with the elect at this time, which is Noah, 8 souls basically. Noah, his wife, his 3 sons, and their wives, correct? All right, verse 19.
And
What say it?
and
NehemiYAH, what kind of word is that?
Conjunction.
That's conjunction, meaning there's something being added to this covenant. Not just with the 8 souls, Noah, his wife, his sons, and their wives, and go ahead.
of every living thing of all flesh.
So again, the covenant, the renewed covenant, is between man and beast. Of the ground, the fowls of the earth, and the creeping things of the earth. It's that simple, y'all. We done showed 3 witnesses.
Prophet to Torah.
So can we say that the new covenant was established since?
That's why it's called renewed. Yes.
New covenant is
New covenant means renewed covenant, actually. You know what I mean? You bring it back the beginning. That's what it was in the beginning. It's
That's how Christ always spoke.
Yeah.
From the beginning, it was not so.
It's the renewed covenant. You see, so a lot of brothers just only go to Jeremiah 31:31 and Hebrews 8:8 about the law, the Torah in your heart and in your mind, but you don't bring in the other scriptures that talk about this same covenant that has to do with the peace and safety of also all flesh that has the breath of life in them, which are the animals. There will be no killing. There will be no weapons of warfare, no weapons of hunting in the righteous rulership of the Nazarene king. We all know it's Yahshua. No, you're not killing one.
Those weapons are gone.
The covenant of peace is with man and beast. It's that simple.
How do you get high-minded? And this is why I love, because this matters about Ecclesiastes 3:19. Because you became high-minded because you've been in this captivity to think that you have you call it food chain. You're at the top of the food chain, so you have the right to eat that. But when you kill that, and isn't the 10 Commandments, isn't murder a commandment?
Absolutely, brother.
And isn't murder is the taking or shedding of innocent blood?
Yes, it is, brother.
So every time you take an animal's life, that's a shedding of innocent blood.
It is.
And that soul or that ruach has to return back to the Most High with that report.
And the shedding of innocent blood, not to cut you off, but like the shedding of innocent blood is something that the Most High hate. So if we talking about it's not salvational.
It
is. It is very much salvation.
It's murder.
The Most High hates it.
You're murdering every time you eat. And you're offering up to idols. Every time you eat.
Oh, man.
Every time you run Isaiah 66, talk about the abomination and swine.
It's
You
abomination.
don't realize you're the abomination because you had that meat more than 3. I told him, brother, he said, oh my God, you ain't lying. By the time we get in the store, it's way past 3 days.
Right.
Then don't eat it all, put it in the icebox, wait till tomorrow to eat it.
Man,
And they don't, we got turkey bacon around the corner for a lot of folks. Boy, how long do the turkey last in the house?
bro,
We
look.
give turkey salad, turkey links, turkey this,
Turn
turkey that.
It's
Or
all,
turkey sandwiches
bro,
on
it's
next
all,
week.
it's all abomination, man.
You are the abomination that will be destroyed when he come back and he judge me.
You say he run to that Isaiah 66. When they
Yeah.
run to that, but they don't read the beginning of Isaiah
66. They don't never
They
begin
don't
to.
never read the beginning. Say he killeth the idols like as he swore.
Dang.
Oh, dirty.
Dang.
Dirty.
Hey, I straight didn't even name it.
Dirty.
Always, bro.
There it is. You ain't lying. That's right at the beginning of that. That's murder.
There's that verse 15. That's when they start talking about the swine and stuff like that. Yeah, that's
And
The
even when he
swine
gave,
and the abomination and the mouth shall be consumed together.
you know, and then you know how you was speaking on what was it when he was talking to Noah, and that's what some Israelites try to use, and how they're gonna be delivered up into your hands and all of that, and they're gonna be fearful of you. It's just like think about it. When Adam was given dominion, that mean if to be given dominion, that means you had rulership, reign over the earth, right?
All right.
So during the reign of Adam, there was supposed to be peace.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? But then once it was given over, the earth was given over from Adam to, you know what I'm saying, Satan is his earth now. So it's like I had the thought that came in my head was basically, well, if they delivered unto you, because you saying the Most High delivering unto you. If they delivered unto you, like if this is Satan's earth, then who is delivering these animals into you? You know what I'm saying, to your hands in the first place?
Right, to be
You know what I'm
to be chewed on.
Yeah.
Oh
But it's
wait.
like-
And then like we talked about before, when you think about this new temple that's coming and what they got to erect before, the ushering of the Antichrist, they bring it back what?
Yeah.
Bring it right back to worship their God, because that's who they finna bring the temple is their God.
Right. And look, and then the thing is, maybe that prophecy that they reading in there is to come to pass, but that has to do with the Antichrist.
Exactly.
That, you know,
And the Antichrist are receiving sacrifice that you are deeming to be to YHWH.
Exactly. Exactly.
In the same manner taught
Mhm.
to who you believe was YHWH.
Mhm.
To the letter, to the best that they have it, to what they believe was to be YHWH.
Mhm.
Why is it acceptable to the Antichrist?
Mhm.
Because it was his the whole time.
Mhm.
It was his the whole time.
Why would it?
Why
be
did Christ come and
acceptable?
destroy the temple and get rid of that?
Right.
Why? Because look, you've been doing it wrong the whole time, Israel. You'd have thought you'd have learned by now all that blood you shed on the mountains. Why I kept destroying this place, putting you into captivity and burning this thing down. You thought you'd have learned. But you ain't catch. And look, Christ has been cool since the temple been gone. Christ made that you went about a couple of millennia without no bloodshed, Papa. Oh no, they got it. Man, so you ain't doing it. They done did it again. Get a revelation to the brew.
What about
Hey,
1,000 slaughterhouses in this earth?
and then you
and
can
this
see,
is why kosher has to be covered by Jewish priests.
right?
Offered to gods. Boy, I'm telling you, bro, when you look at that, your mind.
Right. I was just to say you can see why they say, or it says the prophecy that he gonna deceive even the elect, because it's like you got a lot of brothers that's like, even if they on the fence, they kind of listening to you, but they on the fence, they still want to eat their flesh and everything. And then when the Antichrist comes, they gonna be like, I can just picture it. Like, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna be like, I told y'all, see the kingdom, Christ right here, the kingdom here now. You know what I'm saying? And they're gonna go with this dude. You know what I'm saying? And they, you know what I'm saying, they're gonna do these sacrifices. Even if, like I said, even if they might have been on the fence, they might have been just right there, but they still want to eat their flesh. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, yeah, and it's gonna be so easy for them to be deceived because that's what they want anyway. They still in league with their spirit. They ain't cut it off.
They eat with God.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, it's like they do read in the scriptures that the sons of Zadok is going to be sacrificing and doing stuff like that. So I mean, if they sacrificing, they gonna be like, dang. And then they see this figure or whatever, it's like, man, this is prophecy fulfilled. But then when they go home and they see like the actual elect, they not sacrificing, they be like, yeah, they going off. You know what I'm saying? We
going off.
And the funny thing is, you got these two different prophecies of the Antichrist. And then you got this prophecy of them, you know what I'm saying, them sacrificing in the temple and all that. Then you got the prophecy of the Antichrist that they're gonna be sacrificing to him and he gonna be calling himself God and all that. But you don't put that together. And they the same prophecy.
And the same
You know what I'm saying?
system.
Yeah, they're the same prophecy.
System.
It's just different faces of the same thing.
Hey, real talk. It is acceptable, huh?
Mm-hmm.
How is it acceptable?
Now, how can he get it? You think the Most High want it? If he accepts, you think the Most High want it?
Right.
Exactly.
You think the Most High want a trailblazer, the anti?
Co-sign.
You said co-sign.
Co-sign.
The Hebrew.
You ain't lying, bro. Most I have mercy.
And again, man, this is why, and that's why this is like one of my main talking points. Christ says, I am the way, the truth, and the life, and the way you had was wrong. Truth you thought you had was wrong. And the life you thought you was going to get, something 5 said, they won't enter my rest. Woo! Woo! Boy, hey.
Man, come on.
Enter my rest.
Boy, look, you already, man, look, bro.
Bro, yes, it is salvation.
Yes, it is.
If you're not interested in God's rest, it's on the table, it's salvation.
It's salvation.
It's very much salvation.
Genesis 6:19, y'all. Let's get this. We see that the covenant is with Noah and his immediate family. Correct. Verse 19 says, "And go ahead, Yeshua.
And of every living thing of all flesh, 2 of every sort shall you bring into the ark to keep them alive."
To keep them what?
Alive.
Not to chew on them, bro, Charles.
I ain't missed that part.
Y'all ain't highlighted. What y'all ain't playing with?
Part of the covenant. The part of the covenant is to keep them alive.
Charles be at work bang. He be letting you know.
To keep them alive. Go ahead.
It says, to keep them alive with you.
They
shall be male and female of fowls.
Hold on. Let's talk about this 19 for a second. Right, notice what he says. It's 2 of all living flesh. Every living thing of all flesh. 2 of every sort shall you bring into the ark. Of all, there is no discernment of, okay, well, this is clean and this is unclean. All living flesh that came on the ark, that's in covenant with Noah and his immediate family, y'all, it was 2 by 2 according to the count of Genesis 6:19. It only switch up when you get down to Genesis 7:2 and trip off the numbers. 7 and 2 clean and 2 unclean. 7 and 2 in Genesis 7:2. I mean, could they be more obvious with this? In the very chapter and verse, you put 7 and 2.
Charles flipped over the look. Check it out. Hey, hit that deal. Look, there you go with conflict.
That's conflict, Doc. Chapter 6:19 says, "It's of every living thing of all flesh, 2 of every sort shall you bring into the ark." There is no 7 clean and 2 unclean. That conflicts with what we're reading here. That said 2 of every sort.
And there wasn't no 2 load-ups.
Then they go back down. Well, I just say 7 and 2. Then they go back to 2 and 2.
Yeah, and 15. You see what I'm saying? That's conflict. I know brothers don't want to hear that. You understand? But you got to be real with yourself here.
That's like one of them.
Charles, check that.
That's like one of them subtleties. You know how the powers that be doing. You know what I'm saying? Them subtleties that they throw that in there real quick. He ain't gonna catch that, but it's gonna be right in his subconscious. So when it come back up, you're gonna be like, oh yeah, he did bring 7 animals. You know what I'm saying? So he could eat the animals. You know what I'm saying?
We'll read that clip right on over the next few verses.
But then you got this ark with this one little window or whatever. What fire are they gonna make? I know they ain't. I mean, that's another story, but you know.
Yeah, bro,
it's so much too. It's so much too.
Worried about slaughtering the animal and trying to grill his butt on a wooden boat.
You heard me? Come on, man.
The whole thing.
So no.
Thank you. I was leaving it for people.
Exactly.
You could cook the whole boat.
Whole boat.
You had hay on there. You got all this other stuff on there. You got this vegetation on there. Everything's combustible.
Humanity, damn.
What 8 souls?
So the covenant with man and beast is about them being alive.
Kept alive.
All right, so that goes back to they shall not hurt nor destroy on my holy mountain, Isaiah 11, and Hosea 2 says they shall lie down safely. You know what I'm saying? So that means what? They will be kept alive. Like, no, this is a covenant being made with Noah and the animals, right? But notice it's 2 and 2, male and female of every kind of animal, every kind. All right, verse 20. Go ahead.
Of fowls after their kind, and of cattle after their kind, and of every creeping thing of the earth after his kind.
So that's Hosea 2 and 18, huh? Then it saved the beast of the field and the fowl of the earth and every creeping thing of the earth. And you say that reminds you of Genesis earlier? Right. So it's the same. That's how you know it's the same covenant. It's the same verbiage. Go ahead.
Facts. It says, 2 of every sort shall come unto you to keep them alive.
There it is again, to keep them alive. Correct? Verse 21. Go ahead.
Check this out.
And take thou unto thee of all food that is eaten, and thou shalt gather it to thee, and it shall be for food for thee, and for them.
And for them. The food, look, trip about this. The food that Noah and his family ate is the same food all the animals on the ark would eat. Huh? The same food that Noah and his family were to eat on the ark is the same food all the animals were eating on the ark. If y'all understand that, give me a 7 up in the chat. We ain't trying to lose nobody around here. All right? The food obviously ain't the animals. Can we agree with that? Okay, for one, the covenant is to keep them alive, 2 by 2, male and female. All right. So, and it says it shall be for food, and take thou unto thee of all food that is eaten. What kind of food is eaten? Genesis 1:29, Genesis 1 and 30. And take thou unto you of all food that is eaten. The food that is ordained to eat is Genesis 1:29 for man, Genesis 1:30 for the animals. And you shall gather it to thee, and it shall be for food for you and for them. The them is the animals. He was not, no, Noah was not chewing on the dead flesh of animals. All right.
And bro, and for those, we ain't got to say it. Let's go ahead and say it just for proper full edification. Somebody jump out there. Aaron is not born yet. Moses is not born yet. Israel is not born yet. Abraham
is not born yet. Right.
Right. So don't let nobody, because they're going to try you. Try to raise to Leviticus 11, Deuteronomy 14. No. That dad was not on the planet.
In the beginning, it was not so.
All right. Say what your big brother say. What your king will say. From the beginning, it was not so.
All right. So look, we see right here. We see right here, y'all. You dig what the covenant is, or this renewed covenant that's spoken of in Hosea the 2nd chapter, spoken of in Isaiah the 11th chapter, also spoken of in Genesis 6. It's the same covenant. It all speaks about peace between man and beast. Do we all see that? And one of them is about, it tell you the reign of the righteous Nazarene king who's coming through the rod of Jesse. Jesse is King David's father. Huh? We got a problem, don't we? They shall lie down safely. They shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain, to keep them alive. Verse 21 says, and take thou unto thee of all food that is eaten. Genesis 1:29 and Genesis 1 and 30. That's the food that was commanded to be eaten. We in Genesis 6. That's the food that was commanded to be eaten. What else would Noah have been bringing on in?
Right.
We only in Genesis 6, Jack. So where you getting flesh from? Now, the fact you may go in later chapters and find some opposite of what we're saying only proves our point. All right? You either going to choose life or death.
Or could they say, like you said, we in Genesis 6, so you know at the beginning of it's talking about the angels and stuff, probably taught man how to eat it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Well, the Clementines goes into that. We eventually get into that. But the fault, well, the giants, the offspring of the so-called angels, were the first ones to adopt that bastardized nature and start chewing on the dead flesh of animals and eating blood, and man learned it from them.
Right.
Man and animals learned it from them.
When was the first record of man eating flesh again after the flood? Even though he said that they wouldn't, you don't see them eating flesh. You know what I'm saying? The ones to the ones he gave the prophecy to. It's just like knowing them. You know?
Genesis 6:22. What did it say?
Thus did Noah, according to all that Yahweh commanded him, so did he.
So exactly, these were commandments, correct? Oh, we got a problem, no?
It definitely makes it salvation.
Yeah, it definitely makes it salvation. All right. So it's not until you get into Genesis. Remember, Genesis 6:19 says two of every sort. All right. And every living thing of all flesh, two every sort shall thou bring into the ark to keep them alive with thee, they shall be male and female, correct? Let's go to Genesis 7. Just real quick. Let's show y'all something. Still in the Bible, ain't we, Nehemiah?
Yes, we are.
Still in the Bible. All right, now, remember, Genesis 6:19 says, of every living flesh with the breath of life, two of every kind. All right, look at Genesis 7:1 and 2. What does it say?
It says, and Yahweh said unto Noah, come you and all your house into the ark, for thee have I seen righteous before me in this generation.
Come on.
Of every clean beast, thou shalt take to thee by sevens.
Go ahead.
The male and his female, and of beasts that are not clean by two, the male and his female.
Now is that in harmony with Genesis 6:19? In Genesis 6:19, we read two of every sort of all flesh. This is different, so we have a different account in Genesis 7:2. Now, when we jump down to Genesis 7, all right, 13 through 15, watch this. What does it say?
It says, in the self same day entered Noah and Shem and Ham and Japheth, the sons of Noah, and Noah's wife, and three wives, and the three wives of his sons with them, into the ark.
It's the same as Genesis 6:19, 6:18 and 19. Remember, he said, with you, your wife, your sons, and their wives, will I make this covenant. And he brought out the two of every living creature, correct? Now, watch this, verse 14.
And every beast after his kind.
They and every beast after his kind. Go ahead.
And all the cattle after their kind. And every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth after his kind.
Come on.
And every fowl after his kind.
Come on.
Every bird of every sort.
Mm-hmm.
And they went in unto Noah into the ark, 2 and 2 of all flesh.
2 and 2 of all flesh. Go ahead.
Wherein is the breath of life.
Now we right back to the conflict in the same chapter. 7 and 2 says 7 and 2. 7 clean and 2 unclean. Somehow a whole concept of clean and unclean flesh is introduced. Then in the very same chapter, it goes back to what we read, Genesis 6:19. 2 and 2 of all flesh. Y'all just got to be real with yourself. It's conflicts. All right. Let's drop this and get into the Nazarene Acts real quick. I want to show y'all something. Let's speed it up a little taste. That's right, said a poet living. She said the key word is gather it. Exactly. Gather it. Let's stop sharing. All right, y'all get some understanding. Give us some yahoos up in the chat. New Discovery 7 say, man, I miss hearing y'all voice, bro. Hey, it's all good. Tune in. We on here several times a week. It's all good. KN says, wow, it's right there. Clearly, Genesis 6:21. All praise. All praises, all glory. Let's turn it up a little taste, though. And turn it up a little taste. Darius, what you thinking over there, bro? I see you over there. I see you over there formulating, brother. What's going on?
No, I'm just reading because I was like, I'm reading 15 again because it's like, and it said, and they went in unto Noah into the ark, 2 and 2 of all flesh, and then what Bruce just read, he said, wherein is the breath of life, and then it said, and they went in with male and female of all flesh. And Yahweh had commanded him, and the Lord shut him in. So it's like, I just read those two things in unison. So I'm like, well, what would they really need to eat if the Lord, okay, it said the breath of life, which is, I profess to say it's the Lord or the Most High, you know what I'm saying? He is in the ark, and then it says the Most High shut the door. So
where you going?
I was just saying, like, they have life in the ark with them. You know what I'm saying? They have the breath of life in the ark with them. You know what I'm saying? That they need. Yeah, it's like, I was just saying, like, what is it that they really need? Right. That's just what I was going over in my head as I was reading.
Okay.
Like, cause they write at them scripts right after each other, so it's just like, you know what I'm saying? Put those in unison.
Absolutely, big bro. I got you. Now watch this right here. We going to the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles. We going to page 88. Page 88. All right. And what we going into is this, y'all. The separation from the unclean. Separation from the unclean. All right. Then we got the remedy. All right, Nehemiah, like you got something to say. You over there thumb wrestling. What's going on, big bro? You all good over there?
Yes.
All praises. Page 88, separation from the unclean, 50, 60, 70, chapter 71. Chapter 71. All right, separation from the unclean. What we got?
But K5.
Nazarene Acts. Nazarene Acts of the Apostles, son. With your market cap, son. With your market cap, son. How many outstanding shares you got, B?
0.
All right. Separation from the unclean. What we got?
But K5, most benignly. Benignly.
Not a mass of the King's English.
Right. Most, I heard the word just looking at it. But K5, most benignly regarding me, lest that separation might cause me sorrow, says to me, it is not from pride, O Clement, that I do not eat with those who have not yet been purified. But I fear I might injure myself and do no good to them.
So, brothers, K5 Peter was very particular about table fellowship. You understand? Because you can't be entertaining or eating with everybody. Right? So he was like, it's not through Prela and Clement, no, it ain't through pride that I have this state of mind. It's just I'm not trying to bring any type of injury to myself. I would be no benefit to anyone at that point. You understand? Go ahead, out. Hey, y'all bring that down.
For this, I would have you know for certain that everyone who has at any time worshiped idols and has adored those whom the pagans call Elohim.
Y'all heard this? Go ahead.
Or has eaten of the things sacrificed to them.
Or has eaten of the things sacrificed to them, Nehemiah. You know where we got to go next, don't you? You know where we got to go next. We got to go show what does it mean to eat meat or flesh sacrificed to idols. Because believe it or not, a lot of brothers, everybody chewing on the dead flesh these days is offered to idols or devils. It is. All I'm going to ask any type of brother is this: well, what makes it offered to an idol? Is it because someone says it? Right. What makes it offered to an idol? All right, go ahead.
Is not without an unclean spirit.
Is not what?
Without an unclean spirit.
Anybody, for this I would have you know for certain that everyone who has at any time worshiped idols and has adored those whom the pagans call God or Elohim, or has eaten of the things sacrificed to them, is not without an unclean spirit.
You have it. You have it. It's with you.
Good night, boy. Go ahead.
For he has become a guest of demons.
He has become a who?
A guest of demons.
He has become a guest of demons. Go ahead.
And has been partaker with that demon of which he has formed the image in his mind.
Go say that again.
And has been partaker with that demon of which he has formed the image in his mind, either through fear or love.
Start that over.
Let me start it over.
Mm-hmm. Start that over.
And is without an unclean spirit.
Mm-hmm. Start right. Yeah. Start or has eaten of the things. Okay.
I'm gonna start I'm gonna start. For this I would have you know for certain that everyone who has at any time worshipped idols and has adored those whom the pagans call Elohim, or has eaten of the things sacrificed to them, is not without an unclean spirit, for he has become a guest of demons, and has been partaker with that demon of which he has formed the image in his mind.
Wow.
Either through fear or love. So through fear or love for that demon.
Yeah.
So you can have a love for a demon, love for flesh.
Oh, wait.
It ain't just fear.
So he's letting Clement know, like, it ain't because of pride. You know what I mean? I got to be real careful about who I eat. You know what I mean? Because eating is a very, very spiritual thing. You know what I mean? All right, go ahead.
And by these means, he is not free from an unclean spirit.
Come on.
And therefore needs the purification of mikvah, baptism.
Go ahead.
That the unclean spirit may go out of him, which has made its abode in the inmost affections of his spirit. And what is worse, gives no indication that it lurks within.
No indication that he lurks, that he lurks within. Hold on, bro. And gives no indication. Meaning a lot of our people don't even know they being dominated by unclean force. Don't even know it. And a lot of it is through what you throwing down your mind.
You know, and that's exactly what I was saying at first. You know, and it's just for me, but I've just to put the seed in people's heads. It's like even though, you know what I'm saying, a lot of us have got baptized. Have you really been baptized in Christ though? What was, you know what I'm saying? Like that was a step for you, you know what I'm saying? And then Christ gave you this information, but we still had blood on it. What's a washing if you just get the dirt on you again?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I felt like for me personally, I need that baptism of, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bro. If you got a strong conviction about it, do it.
Yeah.
I'm never talking to a brother off no strong conviction. You got that strong conviction, like, hey, I need to do that again.
Yeah, because it's just like I gotta because it's a lot of there's a lot of things we gotta, you know what I'm saying, we gotta wash away. Because after my baptism, you know, I released a lot, but then I gained also a lot of negativity. You know what I'm saying? So I was still eating blood.
Bro, I ain't the one to talk a brother off any of them. Now, brother talk you off your conviction. Now, brother talk you off your conviction. Dang, why you keep over talking me, bro? Dang. Yeah, we ain't looking at phone head up. Yeah, I don't think you be knowing when you be doing it, but it's all you do it quite a lot. But it's all good, bro. But yeah, I mean, down over here. I'm saying you don't hear me talking. I'm saying talk. I'm saying I'm talking. That's what you do. I know, but I'm talking. Dang, bro. But I said I ain't the one that talk a brother off his strong conviction. You feel me? Because some brothers be like, nah, bro, there's one baptism. Like, look, I understand that. You know what I mean? But it's one baptism. Look, I understand all that. But still, you feeling that way for a reason. You know what I mean? So absolutely. Absolutely. So what it say? And therefore needs the purification of mikvah, that the unclean spirit may go out of him. Which has made his abode in the inmost affections of his spirit. And what is worse, gives no indication that it lurks within. That means most of our people don't even know.
For fear.
Go ahead, Hebrew.
It should be exposed and expelled.
Exactly. So what's the remedy? Let's get into the remedy. Chapter 72. Let's get it.
For these unclean spirits love to dwell in the bodies of men, that they may fulfill their own desires by their service and inclining the motions of their spirits to those things that they themselves desire. Just going back to the Nephilim. You read that before. I don't know how many people remember it. But just going back to the Nephilim, it's like now that their spirits persist, they have no physical body, so they need yours in order to do physical things.
Right.
You know?
Right, exactly.
But may compel them to obey their own lusts, that they may become holy vessels of demons. One of whom is Shimon.
This Shimon, which is Simon Magus. You see that? Wow, go ahead.
Who is seized with such disease and cannot now be healed, because he is sick in his will and purpose. Sick in your will. In your will and purpose. Like that's something. I ain't never heard it said like that. Nor does the demon dwell in him against his will. And therefore, if anyone would drive it out of him, since it is inseparable from himself, and so to speak, has now become his very spirit.
Yeah.
He should seem rather to kill him and to incur the guilt of manslaughter.
Go ahead.
Let no one from you, therefore, be saddened at being separated from eating with us. For everyone ought to observe that it is for just so long a time as he pleases.
Come on.
For he who wishes soon to be immersed is separated but for a little time. But he for a longer time who wishes to be immersed later. Everyone therefore has it in his own power to demand a shorter or a longer time for his repentance.
Absolutely.
And therefore it lies with you. When you wish it to come to our table.
You can come to our table, but he's saying you got to be immersed. You got to get baptized first. The pure baptism. You understand? You got to renounce your ways. But it's on you. It can be a short time before we all feast, or a long time. It's all on you. It ain't on us. Dang. Boy, there's a lot of people mad, boy.
Right.
Hey. All right, go ahead.
And not with us, who are not permitted to take food with anyone who has not been immersed. It is rather you, therefore, who hinder us from eating with you.
Right.
If you interpose delays in the way of your purification and differ your mikvah. Having said thus, and having blessed, he took food. And afterwards, when he had given thanks to Yahweh, he went into the house and went to bed. And we all did the like, for it was now night.
Oh, we. All right, drop that. Let's go over to page 291 in the back. About the sacrifice. All right. Real thing, this, man. Notice he kept talking about flesh offered to idols. Correct? All right. Let's go to the sacrifices then. Let's go to the sacrifices. Page 291. All right. Chapter 45. Sacrifices. Now, notice what he compares eating the flesh to. Because a lot of our people don't think that eating dead flesh is sacrifice flesh. A lot of people don't believe that, bro, Charles. You know what I mean? That's just talking about the sacrifice. Well, how did that flesh get on your plate? Was it rubbed to death? Was it breathed on? Like, how did it get to your plate? It was killed, more than likely. Unless you're telling me you eating disease, something that died of itself, that had a disease and dropped dead. Either way, it's off. You know what I mean? But after we do this, we're going to go over to Leviticus. We're going to show you. that what gets killed is a sacrifice, is an offering. It's just who's it offered to? It's either the Most High or the adversary, devils or idols, same thing. Right? But let's show you that the sacrificing and the eating on dead flesh is one and the same. It's the same thing. All right. All right. Let's get it, Hebrew.
But that he is not pleased with sacrifices is shown by this: those who lusted after flesh were slain as soon as they tasted it, and were buried, so that it was called the grave of lust.
The grave. So he's talking about, y'all know that's Numbers the 11th chapter about Israel eating quail in the wilderness. Hold on, but it says he is not pleased with sacrifices. Was it some type of altar when they ate the quail? No, it wasn't no altar. It wasn't none of that. So we can throw that out the window that, you know what I mean, I can do. It's everyday meats. It ain't meat that's been sacrificed. Then why is he comparing Israel eating quail in the wilderness to a sacrifice for that?
And like for all of those that don't want to compare lust to the slaughtering of those animals and eating them, or eating their dead flesh rather, all of those that don't want to compare those, I would say, like, where in the Bible it mentions many fruit. Where in the Bible does it say any fruit was lusted after?
Right. Right.
You know what I'm saying? Lust and the flesh has to go together.
Right. Outside of the so-called fruits of the knowledge of good and evil.
Right.
One to be desired to make one wise.
Right.
You dig? But yeah, for the, most part, yeah, the flesh parts and the lust go together.
Yeah.
You understand? Absolutely, brother. This right here is showing that the eating on dead flesh is a sacrifice. That's what brothers don't want to accept. It is actually. It's dead. So that means it was killed or hunted. All right? It was slaughtered. That means it was sacrificed or offered. You must say, man, gonna say, well, is it offered to the Most High? If you say yeah, then we got to come up under certain stipulations. And if it's not up under them stipulations, guess what? It's offered to devils or idols. That's why Peter and them was so, adamant about, no, I can't be eating that. And after we done, we're gonna show exactly what Peter was eating on. You know what I mean? So, but that he is not pleased with sacrifices is shown by this: those who lusted after flesh were slain as soon as they tasted it. Y'all, that's Numbers 11, verses 30 on down to 32 and 34. All right, that's about Israel eating quail, which Israel claims today is the ancestor of chicken, and that's why Israelites eat chicken. The quail that we ate, but it wasn't no good look. We ate it and got disease and died. Right. On what you calling clean meat. So Peter is saying that the fact the Most High is not pleased with sacrifice is shown by the example in Numbers 11 of Israel eating quail. All right. Dead flesh is a sacrifice flesh. All right, go ahead.
He then who at the first was displeased with the slaughtering of animals, not wishing them to be slain, did not ordain sacrifices as desiring them.
You see that? Most High did not ordain sacrifices. He don't desire them. Wow. All right, go ahead.
Nor from the beginning. Nor from the beginning did he require them.
Nor from the beginning did he require them. Go ahead.
For neither are sacrifices accomplished without the slaughter of animals.
See that? In order to sacrifice it, they got to be killed. They got to be slaughtered. They got to be hunted. Y'all, that's a sacrifice. There's no getting around it.
Right.
There's no getting around it. When we read in Leviticus, it's going to be abundantly clear that dead flesh is sacrifice flesh. If y'all understand that so far, give us a Yahoo up in the chat. Yeah. Dead flesh is sacrifice flesh. And the Most High is not pleased with it. He never wanted it.
You ever looked up the concordance to sacrificing for them? I mean, it is, because that's kind of a tiresome argument.
Yeah, I'm just, we kind of got to constantly go over.
Yeah, I feel you.
That's because people act as if dead flesh is not sacrificed flesh. It is.
Right. It's like then, well, if you sacrifice something, what is it?
Yeah.
What are you doing to it?
Right. You slaughter it. You're killing it.
Right.
So
it's just like even spiritually, when you go through a sacrifice or something like that, you're killing the old man or something like that.
Exactly.
It's still killing.
Exactly.
Your body is living sacrifice.
Right.
Exactly. Go ahead, Hebrew.
Nor can the first fruits be presented. But how is it possible for him to abide in darkness and smoke and storm? For this also is written, who created a pure sky and created the sun to give light to all and assign the invariable order of their revolutions to innumerable stars. Thus, O Simon, the handwriting of Elohim, I mean the skies, shows the counsel of him who made it to be pure and stable.
Okay, drop that. Let's go on over here real quick. Let's show. We got a few more. We done. Hey, man. Hey. Y'all bring that down. What is y'all doing? All right, but I'm doing my thing. Chill out. All right, now watch this. All right, let's go over to Leviticus. Leviticus, as we talking about food offered to idols, right? Matter of fact, before we do that, let's do Acts 15. Then this is why James just gave out the command to Paul and them when Paul finally decided to come to Jerusalem. He gave him a command. You know what I mean? Make sure what's taught amongst the Gentiles is about not eating meat offered to idols. All right. All right, let's just go ahead for time's sake, jump on down. All right, we're going to do Acts 15 and 29. All right, Acts 15 and 29. Let me share my screen real quick and get it done. Boss baby. Boss baby. Here, go back here with your mama. Go back here with your mama. Acts 15 and 29. Now you want to go, huh? Now you want to go? You want to go? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Acts 15 and 29. You know what I mean? Now, we're going to show you how this lines up with Torah. You understand? And this was the orders that was given to Paul. Like, you out there teaching amongst the Gentiles, this is what's commanded to be taught.
Right.
All right. Now, the only question is, did Paul teach what he was commanded to teach? Or did he, come up with his own thing when it came down to eating flesh?
Did he come up with his gospel?
Right. He said he called it his gospel, my gospel. All right. Acts 15 and 29. What does it say?
That you abstain from meats offered to idols.
Right. That's clear cut. Go ahead.
And from blood.
Come on.
And from things strangled.
Come on.
And from fornication.
Come on.
From which if you keep yourselves, you shall do well. Fare you well.
Peter was also here at this meeting. You go back up to the top of chapter 15, Peter stands up and talks about how the Most High through him started, using him as a vessel to go out amongst the Gentiles and teach. What we just read in the Nazarene Acts is Peter teaching what he just was told to teach. You understand? About meats offered to idols, separation of the unclean. That's why he was saying, I can't eat with everybody because of this. You know what I mean? Anybody who's ever eaten meat offered to idols has entertained and been in fellowship with devils. You understand? Unless they never see the pure baptism, then that sucker's still there.
If it ain't the meat at the beginning, it ain't the meat of God.
Yeah, exactly. Meats offered to idols. Now, all you gotta do is ask somebody this though. So take them here, right? Where it's saying in the New Testament, you ain't supposed to be eating no flesh. Take them here first. Amen. Acts 15 and 29, Acts 15 and 19 through 21. Jump down to 29. Here it is, right here. So the next question is, you should ask them, what makes meat offered to an idol? Like how do you distinguish? How do we know if it's offered to an idol, aka a devil, or not? Let's see if they can show you. What you want to see is that men can't show you what it is. Specifically, hold them to the Torah. What does the Torah say about meat offered to idols? All right, so that's where we're gonna go next. All right, let's go to Leviticus. Let's show it. Go to Leviticus 17. See, this was in accordance with, what the flesh laws is already written down. All right, I go to Leviticus 17. We're gonna read 1 through 8. Then we're gonna jump back to Leviticus 7. All right, we're gonna go ahead and show this. What makes it offered to idols? And what you're gonna find out is all the flesh that everybody eating on is offered. In the Gentile meat markets, what make you think that flesh is getting handled according to the Torah? According to this that we about to read. Who got it? You got it, Joe?
God spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto Aaron and unto his son and unto all the children of Israel.
So this is not just pertaining to Aaron. This ain't just pertaining to his Add to the stream. Yahoo, let me know if I can be heard. All praise, glory, and honor to the Most High. Let me know if I can be heard. Yahoo, we're gonna have to go on back just a little bit. Yeah, how we can be heard on that. I'm bad, y'all. I guess they kicked us off for a little second. The adversary mad, you know. I mean, dropping bombs. You know how I be, sure. All right. I don't know how long we've been off though. What's the last thing y'all heard?
It looked like Acts.
Acts was
No,
like
okay, Leviticus. It's a little bit of Leviticus.
Leviticus. What verse though? We need to go.
We had 17:2, 17:3.
17:3 was the last one.
Yeah.
17:3. All right, let's go on back
Then it
then.
went off right after that.
Okay, let's go on back, Charles. Let's go on back to 3. Go on back to 3. All right. YHWH 17:3. All right, let's get her done. All praises.
What man soever there be of the house of Israel that killeth an ox, or lamb, or goat in the camp, or that killeth it out of the camp.
These are all quote unquote clean meats, according to me in today, correct? This ain't pork, shrimp, crab, and lobsters. In the camp, where the Israelites were camping at, or outside the camp. Whether you in Jerusalem or outside Jerusalem. Whether you in Israel or outside of Israel. Because there was always a Levite amongst you. Right. You couldn't forsake him as long as you lived. You know what I mean? There was always a Levite, even in exile. There were always Levites amongst you. Huh? Go ahead, Hebrew.
And bringeth it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, to offer an offering unto the Most High. Before the tabernacle of the Most High, blood shall be imputed unto that man. He has shedded blood, and that man shall be cut off from among his people.
So yeah, y'all, it's definitely salvation, right? If you didn't bring it to the door of the tabernacle so that the priest can do his ritual over it, and guess what? You're guilty of murder. All right? Bro, we ain't got no tabernacle. We ain't got no priest. We ain't got no altars. And not to eat flesh there. This is if you're going by flesh laws. These are the flesh laws. All right? I don't go by flesh. I don't eat flesh. But if you claim you eating clean flesh according to Leviticus 11 and Deuteronomy 14, then it got to line up with what we read, don't it? Or guess what? You in violation. He just said, you shall be cut off. You have shed blood, which is murder, and that man shall be cut off from among his people.
Look, y'all gotta stop going to the script. You know what I'm saying? Even the least of these laws shall not be done away with. You know what I'm saying? That ain't here. That ain't here. Y'all gotta stop using that.
Oh, that's a good one.
That ain't y'all's to use. No more.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one, Derek. Hold on now. We got a proverb, don't we? Not one least of these laws, huh? Oh, okay, well, y'all gotta stand on this. If you ain't standing on it, then y'all, we got a major league problem. You're guilty of murder and stand in jeopardy of being cut off. That's just what it is, man. That's why the Nazarenes don't eat flesh. We ain't got to worry about it. You know, we ain't worried about it. Stop eating. You know what I mean? It's just that simple. All right, where we at, Hebrew? Verse what?
5.
Verse 5. Come on.
To the end that the children of Israel may bring their sacrifices, which they offer in the open field, even that they may bring them unto the Most High.
Come on.
Unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, unto the priest, and offer them for peace offering unto the Most High.
So what you kill is an offering. It is a sacrifice. It's considered a peace offering. Dead flesh is sacrifice flesh. Dead flesh is sacrifice flesh. There's no getting around it. It is. It is. All right. Verse 6. Now look what the priest got to do. This is his ritual. Go ahead.
And the priest shall sprinkle the blood upon the altar for the Most High at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and burn the fat for a sweet savor unto the Most High.
Y'all see this? This is the ritual that has to be done. When you get down to verse 13, talk about the blood even got to be poured out into the dust. You got to cover the blood with the dust or the dirt of the earth. That ain't doing that either. That's going down the drain in the slaughterhouses, and the rest of the blood is still in the flesh. You see what I'm saying? Like everything you need to do to make sure it is offered to the Most High, in which I technically disagree, but you know, we gonna play by their game. They claim they can eat the flesh, according to Leviticus 11 and Deuteronomy 14, then you got to go through this process right here, right? The flesh has to be processed just like this. And if you don't got the provisions to fulfill this, then you stand in jeopardy of being a murderer and being cut off from amongst the people. You understand? Now, watch this. Verse 7 about to kill it. Go ahead.
And they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto Deuel, after whom they have gone a whoring. This shall be a statute forever unto them throughout their generations.
You heard it is? So if it ain't done how we just read it, then it is offered or sacrificed or killed unto devils, demons, all right? Idols. I mean, however you want to play it. That word phraseology you want to use is still offered to devils, demons, idols, because it wasn't done according to what we just read. All right? If everybody understand that, give me an 8 up in the chat. Y'all know we ain't trying to lose nobody whatsoever. All right? Now, we read up in verse, what is that? Verse 5, it is a peace offering. Correct? All right, let's go to the law of peace offering. Now, watch this. All right, go to Leviticus 7. And we're going to read 11 through 18. Leviticus 7, 11 through 18. All right, Leviticus 7, 11 through 18. All right, let's get this. Who got it?
Okay, I got it. And this is the law of the sacrifice of peace offering, which he shall offer unto Yahweh.
Now, notice we know that what's killed is offered, is sacrificed, is a peace offering. Ain't that what we just read? Well, this is the Torah or the instruction of the peace offering. All right, now watch this. I had a sister the other day hit me up and say it's a very famous Israelite leader that she's very disappointed in, because she was like, why? And he been teaching well over 4 decades. She was like, how has he ever taught? How has he ever taught and not brought this up? You know what I mean? I'm like, it says, either he ain't never seen it, which I highly doubt. I highly doubt. This man is very, very studied. You understand? Or his pride. His pride. Instead of saying, you know what, y'all, we can't fulfill these. Too many stipulations. All right. Telling people, no, we ain't supposed to be eating that. I can take a special type of character to come out and just go against everything you know, because you realize what you've been saying is wrong. Like, look, we've got to look at this over here, though. You understand? I love you enough to tell you we've been going the wrong way. Let's turn around and get back on path. You dig? Like, don't be the Negro in the back seat that knew we supposed to get off 10 exits ago. Right. And ain't saying that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I done did it before.
Yeah, I don't do that. All right. So this is the law of the sacrifice of the peace offerings, which he shall offer unto the Most High. Go ahead.
Sure. If he offer it for a thanksgiving, then he shall offer with the sacrifice of thanksgiving unleavened cakes mingled with oil, and unleavened wafers anointed with oil, and cakes mingled with oil, or of fine flour fried.
This is a peace offering, but it's in the category of a thanksgiving offering. You know what I mean? It comes with, cakes mingled with oil and unleavened wafers, and you know what I mean? Come with some cakes, you sure over there smiling. I feel. Verse 13, go ahead.
Besides the cakes, he shall offer for his offering leavened bread with the sacrifice of thanksgiving of his peace offering.
Verse 14.
And of it he shall offer one out of the whole oblation for an heave offering unto Yahweh. And it shall be the priest that sprinkleth the blood of the peace offering.
That blood again. They got to go on that altar. Right? Go ahead.
And the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offerings for thanksgiving shall be eaten the same day that it is offered.
You heard this? This Thanksgiving category of a peace offering got to be eaten the same day it is offered. But the same day it's offered, y'all, the same day it's killed. The day it is killed, it's supposed to be eaten. This is the Thanksgiving section or category of the peace offering. The day it was slaughtered, sacrificed, or offered is the day it got to get eaten. Go ahead. Go ahead.
It says, he shall not leave any of it until the morning.
Verse 16.
But if the sacrifice of his offering be a vow or a voluntary offering.
Okay, so this is not a Thanksgiving offering. This is a voluntary offering. They're both peace offerings. You know what I mean? It's just different categories of under the peace offering. This is a voluntary offering. Go ahead.
It shall be eaten the same day that he offers his sacrifice.
The same day it was killed. Go ahead.
And on the morrow also, the remainder of it shall be eaten.
Are you going to have leftovers with the voluntary offering? You know what I mean? The next day. Next day. Go ahead.
But the remainder of the flesh of the sacrifice on the third day shall be burnt with fire.
Burnt with fire. Verse 18. Because remember, people are saying, I didn't kill it. Like that justify them to eat it. You hear that? All right. Verse 18. Watch this.
And if any of the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offerings be eaten at all on the third day.
Eaten at all on the third day. Any man there be that kill an ox, a lamb, or a goat in the camp or out the camp, that's an offering, that's a sacrifice, that is a peace offering. The blood got to go on the altar. The fat got to go on the altar and get burnt. It is a peace offering. And if any of the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offerings be eaten at all on the third day. Go ahead.
It shall not be accepted.
Come on.
Neither shall it be imputed unto him that offers it.
Come on.
It shall be an abomination.
It shall be what?
An abomination.
A what?
An abomination.
Go ahead.
And the soul that eats
eats of it. You ain't know you didn't kill that, so you right to eat it. The soul that eat it. Go ahead.
Shall bear his iniquity.
So you mean to tell me it is in the Torah that, you know, lamb and goat and ox can fall up under the category of abomination? If it's 3 days old or older, that's abomination. You see that? If it's 3 days dead or older, it's an abomination. All the flesh in them grocery stores and the meat markets have been dead, have been dead 3 days. Yeah, have been dead 3 days or more. There's no getting around it. Y'all see that? It's abomination. And the soul that eat it gonna carry that sin, gonna carry that iniquity. It's off of the devils, huh? It's abomination in the eyes of the Most High. I always ask a man, so what makes it offer to an idol? According to the Torah, what is flesh offered tonight? Can you show me? And we can. Just go to Leviticus, 17, 1 through 7. Back it up with Leviticus, 7, 11 through 18. If it's eaten on the third day, it's abomination. All this flesh is it's 3 days or older. It's abomination. It falls up under the peace offering because it was killed, offered, sacrificed, all the same thing as synonymous. All right. Now we know why James told Paul, hey, teach this amongst the Gentiles. Paul says, whatever soul that the meat market is eating, don't ask no questions for conscience sake, because the earth belongs to the Lord. Bro, that ain't what you was taught. Earth always belonged to the Most High. That earth is, it's sanctified through prayer. Negro, they've been praying since Genesis. That don't mean you got the right to throw down your throat something that's been offered to an idol. Dead flesh.
How can you make a clean thing, an unclean thing into it?
But because you prayed over it. No, dog. No. He's teaching opposite of the Torah. He's teaching opposite of what he was commanded to teach by the leadership of the Messiah's movement.
So that means if I eat some swine, I can pray over it and it'll be clean.
Basically, is what what's the distinction? What's the difference? You're not supposed to be chewing on dead flesh. That means that all these feast days these brothers been having, it's abomination. Why you think the Most High said, I hate and despise your feast days? They full of flesh and blood, bro. You see?
And look, it's Is quail in the I know quail is in the wilderness, but is quail in the laws, like with the birds?
Yeah, it's supposedly lawful.
No, I'm saying like I
don't know by name, but it's
that's what I was
the
saying.
family of it, because it always goes into its kind.
Okay, it's kind. So I was wondering which kind it is.
Right.
You know.
But regardless of the fact, whether they want to run with quail being clean or unclean, the fact of the matter is you chewed on it, right? Yeah. You caught a disease and you was buried, the graves of lust. All right. So look, if y'all understand that all this flesh these men are eating on is sacrificed to devils, because it wasn't offered a sacrifice according to the Torah that we read Leviticus 17. And it's abomination because it's older. It's older than 3 days. If you understand that, give us a 7 up in the chat. We want to make sure we ain't losing nobody. Then we're gonna go to what Peter really ate. What he ate. You know what I mean? He tell you in his journal what he was eating, what his food is, and what his food was. You know what I mean?
It's on the Clementine.
Yeah. It's in the Clementine page. I got you, Hebrew. I got you. Page 194. Peter's frugality. All right, we got 7s up in the chat. All right, that means we got some understanding. All praises, glory now to the Most High. All right. So now trip off this. Before we go there, I just want to show y'all what Paul said this is. Let's go to 1 Corinthians 10. Show that just a little taste. We about to get up out of here. All right, everybody get up out of here. Oh, yeah. And there's so many of them. We always can put these things together. But shout out to you brothers and sisters who have dedicated your mind, body, and spirits completely over to the Almighty. Yeah, ooh. You know what I mean? That's a major, look at it, sacrifice. Right. Killed that old man. Killed that old man, you know. It's a major, major, major sacrifice, man. You dig? Okay, now this is what now we read that James the Just, the leader of the Messiah's movement, commanded Paul to tell them to stay away from meat offered to idols. All right. We read in Leviticus 17 that if it ain't offered like this, it is offered to devils. The reason the Most High say offered this way is because other than that, it's offered to devils. We also read in Leviticus 7 that if it reached day 3 and it's eaten on, it's abomination. You're going to bear your iniquity. Ain't that what we read? So we connecting the dots. All right. Now let's see if Paul taught this. It's really that simple. All right. 1 Corinthians 10. We're going to read 25 and 26. Just for time's sake, and then we're going to jump on over. All right. Now look at this. Let's focus on verse 25. We're going to read in some other versions too. All right. The question is, did Paul teach what he was commanded to teach? And is the teaching that he's teaching here, does it line up with the Torah or not? Okay. 1 Corinthians 10, 25. What does it say?
Whatsoever is sold in the shambles, that eat, ask ye no questions for consciousness sake.
You hear that? So he's saying whatsoever is sold in the shambles. All right. Now this is meat markets that are amongst the Gentiles. Remember, he was told to tell them stay away from meat offered to idols. Well, technically, it's all offered to an idol if it wasn't offered according to what we read in Leviticus, correct? So that means stay away from flesh, period. He also said things strangled. That's another illusion of flesh, and blood. Another illusion of flesh. They were told to stay away from flesh, and he was commanded to teach. He taught whatever is sold in the meat markets, don't ask no questions for conscience sake. And verse 26 say, then verse 26 is his reason for saying it. For the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. That's his reason for teaching opposite of the Torah and opposite of what the leader of the Messiah's movement taught after the Messiah left his earth. He's not teaching the same thing. All right. Now, to prove it, let's go and look at some different versions. Let's go look at some different versions, Darius. All right, let's get it. All right, the NKJV, the New King James Version says, eat whatever is sold in the meat market. That's what the shambles are. It's the slaughterhouses. Eat whatever is sold in the meat market. Asking no questions for conscience sake. NLT. So you may eat any meat that is sold in the marketplace without raising questions of conscience. Y'all hear this?
Yeah.
Don't listen to your conscience. Look, you know, he basically telling you don't listen to the voice.
Don't listen to the voice of the Almighty.
So you won't be like,
I know I'm not supposed to be eating that, but he's saying, nah, go ahead and eat it. He's teaching opposite of what was taught. You know what I mean? So you may eat any meat that is sold in the marketplace without raising questions of conscience. What you mean? What you mean I can eat any flesh that's sold at the meat market? Any flesh? Man, swine would be part of any flesh, wouldn't it?
Right, roaches.
ESV. Eat whatever is sold in the meat market without raising any questions on the ground of conscience. Dang, Darius, just getting crazy, ain't it? Eat everything. CSB. Eat everything that is sold in the meat market without raising questions for the sake of conscience.
That's flat out.
Everything. That's what he's saying. Whatsoever means everything.
If that's the case, then just like we said before, you shouldn't be tripping off whether it's pork or not. Just eat it.
Exactly.
Just take it home, cook it, go ahead and throw it down the hatch.
So we got here that Paul actually is teaching opposite of the Nazarene leadership in Jerusalem, which was ordained by the Messiah. These very men had the fiery tongues put on them. He's teaching opposite of them and teaching this. This is completely opposite. Completely opposite. And it's opposite of the Torah laws concerning the flesh that we read.
Right.
Because the meat that is sold in the meat markets amongst the Gentiles ain't offered according to Leviticus chapter 17 and chapter 7. Right. I got news for you. All the meat these niggas chewing on today is they getting it from Gentile meat markets. Gentile grocery stores. Ain't none of it slaughtered according to what we just read in Leviticus 7 and chapter 17. None of it is. No, that mean they chewing on abomination, bro, Charles. Abomination. In danger of being cut off, bearing iniquity, blood being imputed unto them. Bro, that's serious. Yeah, that's salvation. All right. NASB 95. Eat anything that is sold in the meat market without asking questions for conscience sake. And there's many more, y'all. ASV. Whatever is sold in the shambles, eat, asking no questions for conscience sake. YLT. Whatever in the meat market is sold, eat ye. Whatever in the meat market is sold, eat ye. Not inquiring because of the conscience.
Do not inquire.
It's the Amplified version right here. It's regarding meat offered to idols. Eat anything that is sold in the meat market without asking any questions for the sake of your conscience.
That's great.
Regarding meat, or so there you just flat out saying that.
Eat anything.
So to clarify, we talking about meat offered to idols.
Yes, we are.
You know what I'm saying? So speaking on this,
eat all of it. Eat all of it. Eat all of it. Because in the butcher shop is meat offered to idols in there. Whatever is sold in the butcher shop, eat asking no questions for the sake of conscience. Man, that's crazy, bro. Like, I mean, look, I know some of y'all think we tripping, but I'm saying, like, what is that? What is that? Does that, like, be real with yourself? Does it align with what the Torah says? Does it align with the disciples? And if it don't, y'all, you know what I mean? You got a decision to make. That's it. You may not feel it, but it's the truth. Let's go to Isaiah 66, and we're going to end with the Clementine about how Peter ate. All right, and we're going to pray on out. Praise and glory now to the Most High. If y'all get some understanding, give us a Yahoo up in the chat.
They say that we eat tripping, but Paul says you can eat piglets.
eat pigeons.
All right, but listen, didn't we read that the lamb and the goat and the ox can be abominable if they are eaten day 3 and beyond? Ain't that what we read, bro, Charles? All right, now look at this, Isaiah 66 and 15. Let's get some understanding, man. It's all good. All right, ain't nothing but a conversation to be had whenever. All right, Isaiah 66, 15. What does it say? We're going to read 15 through 17. Let's get her done.
66:15. So, for behold, the Most High will come with fire and with his chariot like a whirlwind, to render his anger with fury and rebuke with flames of fire.
Now we always just be like, has this happened yet?
Yeah,
You be like, no, it ain't happened. When does this happen? At the return of the Messiah. That's how we always set people up with this. Is this happening yet? And we always go here to show them they ain't supposed to be eating swine. We never went further than everything else that's on the list. Correct?
Correct.
All right, go ahead.
For by fire and his sword will the Most High plead with all flesh.
Plead mean judge. All flesh. Go ahead.
And the slain of the Most High shall be men.
Ooh, this is a serious topic. It really is. Yes, it's salvational. Go ahead.
They that sanctify themselves and purify themselves in the garden behind one tree in the midst, eating swine's flesh. And the abomination.
And the what?
And the abomination.
And the what, Charles?
And the abomination.
Which would include lamb, oxtails, goats, and any so-called, what you call clean flesh eaten past
3 days.
3 days. If it make it to day 3 dead, it's an abomination. Should not be one Israelite living. They got a deep freezer full of dead flesh. It's been dead longer than 3 days, bro, Charles. Also, it's offered to an idol if it wasn't processed, brought to the doorway of the tabernacle. The priest dissected it, cut the belly open, pulled the guts and the organs up out of it, took the fat off the organs, burned the fat on the altar, sprinkled the blood on the altar. And guess what else you had to do? Pour the blood out in the dust and cover it with the dust. If it wasn't done like that, then it's offered to an idol or devils or demons. It's a peace offering. A peace offering eaten by day 3 or after is abomination. Abomination just ain't pork, shrimp, crab, and lobsters. It's also your clean flesh that make it to dead, make clean flesh that is dead, that make it to day 3 that has not been consumed.
Man, if you want peace with your God, who is Satan, go kill an animal and offer it to him.
Oh, wait.
Flat out.
If y'all understand what I just said, just give us a 7 up in the chat or something. Abomination is just not pork, shrimp, crab, and lobsters. It's also that lamb you chewing on for your feast days. It's also that goat. It's also them oxtails and that sheep and that chicken and then because all of it's been dead longer than 3 days. Guaranteed. So it's offered to idols or devils, one, and it's abomination. You in danger of being cut off, bearing your iniquity. And shedding innocent blood. When you're skating on thin ice, like the elders used to tell us, old folks used to tell us back in the day, you skating on thin ice, boy. That's a dangerous game you playing.
What you say, box him in with the script.
Box him in, you know what I mean? Bag him down, Derek. Bag him down.
2 moves to check, man.
You know what I mean?
And that's like it's either what we saying you want it this way. If you want to go to the sacrificial laws, you can get it this way.
Either way you want to get it.
You know, both of them, either way, you know what I'm saying? It's abominations and idol worship going on. So which one you want?
Which one you want? Here you go. Eating swine's flesh and the abomination. Go ahead.
And the mouth
come on
shall be consumed together.
Wow.
Said the Most High.
Saith the Most High, y'all. This serious business here. The abomination ain't just pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster.
Because look, he mentioned pork and everything by name. In the mouth, that's unclean. He mentioned that by name. But when he say abomination, he just say abomination.
Exactly. Look at the NLT. It says those who consecrate and purify themselves in a sacred garden with this idol in the center, feasting on pork and rats and other detestable meats, will come to a terrible end. Say of the Most High. Wow. Man, this is serious.
Detestable meats.
Oh, wait. I want to see if we got another one. Detestable things. Yeah, man. So this is serious, man. Like what we talking about.
What we talking about is salvation. When everybody done talking. All right, this is not nothing to play around with. I know you think it's a game, but it really ain't. All right, last thing we're going to do, we're going to show you how Peter ate, according to him, Clementine homily, 1st century. Let's go ahead and get that done. All right. Y'all so fit, my beloved brother. Bless up. Good to see you in the building. All right, let the cleansing begin, YAHKI. The cleansing begin. All right, let me go ahead and share this real quick. Hit the entire screen. Nazarene edition 41. Them boys ain't fell off yet, Charles. We was gonna fall off with this, thought we was gonna run out of steam. So we gonna run out of steam, huh? All right. Still talking about this. Clementine homily, which is Peter's journal, aka Nazarene Acts of the Apostles. All right, page 194. All right, we go to the bottom of it, says Peter's frugality. Frugality. It's simple living. Real frugal. Live the real frugal. All right. Peter's frugality. This is homily 12, chapter 6. All right, we're going to close on out after this. Let's get it.
Then Peter, hearing, smiled and said, "What think you, then, O Clement? Do you not think that you are placed by the very necessity in the position of my servant? For who else?"
Hold on, bro. Gotcha. All right, go ahead.
"For who else shall take care of those many splendid tunics, with all my changes of rings and sandals?"
Peter being real, what they call that? He being real, not boastful. He being sarcastic. Because he ain't got many changes of clothes and a whole bunch of rings and sandals.
Right.
You know what I mean? Clement like, man, you got the words of the living power with you. I want to serve you. Why are you going to serve me? I don't got a whole bunch of robes, tunics. I ain't got a whole bunch of rings and sandals. Serve me how?
You know what's crazy? It's like, not to cut you off, but it's just like how with Christ, you know what I'm saying? He basically like his protege, you know what I'm saying? So it's like when people came up to him trying to serve him, he like, look, sure you want to serve me? Foxes have holes,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? And then like the birds have the nest, but the Son of Man has no place of rest, you know what I'm saying? So it's like
yeah, absolutely. That's why it's called Peter's frugality. He lived a simple life. You know what I mean? So he's being sarcastic, like how you gonna serve me?
Right.
Like what do I need service of? I live a very simple life. You understand? Watch this, go ahead.
"And who shall make ready those pleasant and artistic dainties, which being so various, need many skillful cooks?"
He's like, well, I ain't got no skillful cooks on deck. You know what I mean? I don't got many artistic dainties.
All right.
Huh? Go ahead.
"And all those things which are procured with great eagerness and are prepared for the appetite of effeminate men."
feminine men.
Yeah, they just grow soft. Y'all niggas feminine. You Peter say, I don't got the finest horse throwing grapes down my throat. But man, got the keys to the kingdom of heaven. He like, bro, look, I live simple. How you gonna serve me? I don't got a whole bunch of clothes, rings, sandals. I ain't got no artistic dainties. You know what I mean? I am prepared for feminine men.
Prepared for the appetite of feminine men.
Yeah, it's like that. And that's going in the poem. All right, come on, Doc, let's get it.
"As for some great wild beasts, however, such a choice has occurred to you, perhaps without you understanding or knowing my manner of life."
You want to serve me, you don't know how I live. Let me tell you how I live. Go ahead.
"That I use only bread and olives, and rarely pot herbs."
You see what Peter eat? Peter ain't eating on flesh. He ain't telling nobody, hey, whatever sold in the shop was eating. Don't ask no questions. Whatever sold at the butcher shop, go ahead and have that.
He like, look, I only eat bread and olives and rarely some potted herbs. See?
Probably for his tea.
Yeah. You hear me? Get my tea on when I meditate. Y'all see that?
Yeah.
Peter was not eating flesh. You know what I mean? Maybe when he was a fisher, but once the Messiah called him, he ain't, you know, they went to be fishers of men and then leaders over community to eventually judging the world, judging nations. He didn't return back to chewing on flesh. This is after that. All right. So Peter, you know, once he got the understanding, role, Mashiach was not a flesh eater. What? Bread, olives, and really some potted herbs. Go ahead.
And that this is my only coat and cloak which I wear.
I only got one coat. Go ahead.
And I have no need of any of them.
No.
Earthling.
Earthling. Yeah, you earthlings. Talk of mortals. Go ahead,
Nor of aught else. For even in these I abound. For my mind, seeing all the eternal good things that are there, regard none of these things, none of the things that are here.
He said, man, look, my mind focused on the kingdom. I'm focused inward. I don't care nothing about what y'all got going on. I ain't got a whole bunch of clothes. I ain't got the finest horse throwing grapes down my throats. You know what I mean? I ain't eating no artistic dainties that effeminate men will eat. You know what I mean? Real simple. And I'm focused on the kingdom. I don't care nothing about what's going on.
Do you know how many things are up here?
Right.
And I'm caring about what's without.
Right.
However, I accept of your goodwill, and I admire and commend you, for that you, a man of refined habits, have so easily submitted your manner of living to your necessities.
Your necessities, which is major because he come from money. Clement do.
Clement of Rome.
Yeah, he come from money. You know what I mean? Well off. So for somebody of that status to follow a poor ex-fisherman, a barbarian Yahudi, like they used to call us, barbarian Jews. You understand? He must have really believed.
That's humble.
It's very humble. The point he wanted to serve Peter. Peter said, how you gonna serve me? I got one cloak. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I ain't got nothing. Look, you think I need a I don't even need no servant. You see? Go ahead,
For we from our childhood, both I and Andrew, my brother, who is also my brother as respects of Yahweh, not only being brought up in the condition of orphans.
I said, man, me and Drew was brought up as orphans. Go ahead.
But also accustomed to labor through poverty and misfortune.
Come on.
Easily bear the discomforts of our present journey.
Easily carry around discomforts. You know what I mean? Sleep on the floor, use a rock for a pillow. You know what I mean? Ain't nothing to it.
And you know, to men of true living, the discomforts of us that like lay in our beds and everything, it probably ain't discomforting to them.
Yeah.
Like it's just like, you know what I'm saying? It would be discomforting like if you came from this, you know what I'm saying, royalty and all of that. But once you train yourself to really live and be with, you know what I'm saying, your Mother Earth and all of that, and with Yahweh, like it's just like ain't nothing discomforting.
That's what you just said. Easily bear the discomforts of our present. It's easier. Now you probably kill yourself using my shoes. To me, it's easy work.
The soil, you know, laying down and it like it's nothing.
It's easy work. What else to say,
Whence, if you would obey me, you would allow me, a working man, to fulfill the part of a servant to you.
He just like, I can allow me, I'll serve you. What you trying to serve me for? You know what I mean? I leave a frugal life. Very simple. All right.
I like that. That's humble.
That's very, very humble, man, bro. A very, very balanced. The word balanced, you know what I mean? All praise and glory now to the Most High. Y'all brothers got any last words, brother? We did 4.5. We did an hour of that video in the beginning.
So about 3.5, you know what I mean? Got it in. I always ask somebody though, you know, they don't say them about no eat no flesh, no New Testament. Take them to Acts 15, verse 29. The man went out from Jerusalem. He was the leader of the Messiah's movement, that we are not to eat meat offered to idols, things strangled, blood, and fornication. So I asked him, what makes the flesh offered to an idol? Show me that with the Torah. They go to Paul. I asked them, what Torah laws he quote? What Torah laws he quote when he say eat whatever sold in shambles? And I ask no question. Is that law? Is that Torah? No, it's not. All right, well, that means he's making up his own thing. All right? Don't forget, Leviticus 17, 1-7 show you what's offered to devils. If it wasn't done according to Leviticus 17, 1-7, it's offered to devils. You're guilty of murder. You'll be cut off. The fat got to get put on the altar, off the organs, and burnt. Blood got to get put on the altar by the priest. Well, we ain't got no altar, no tabernacle, no priest. It's simple. Don't eat flesh then. Because you eating flesh off the idols then. You see that? And according to Leviticus, 7, 11-18, that's a peace offering. If you make it to day 3, it's abomination. All the flesh you eating, period, has been dead longer than 3 days. It is abomination. Eating the abomination will be consumed together. Day of judgment. It's not a game. All right. So all praise and glory now to the Most High. That brother, any last words? Give us some last words or something. Get up out of here, man. Talk to me.
Seek peace with your God by turning to the way of life from the beginning.
Absolutely.
That comes from within, and not from without. You know.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Homie, big homie NehemiYAH, what you got for us, Hebrew? What you got for us, Hebrew? He's got sleepy at light, huh?
3 things cannot be long hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth.
Y'all rude, son. Y'all been watching them old Shaolin. Wu-Tang versus Shaolin. Praise to the Most High. Darius, what's up? I see you over there. Darius over there like this. You know what I mean? Let's get
in
him
my
down.
mind, I'm no longer in prison.
That's right.
I painted a picture. Peace without Paul is prolific.
Hey man, you Paul bearing Paul believers. Right, Black Mac 1978 said, I like that name. That's funny. He said, I heard some corner boys say God likes sacrifice, so he like us to eat meat. LOL. Yeah, man. I feel you. I'm on my Kevin Samuels, you know, sin of the day. Right. Very cool Dior Savage.
Yeah.
Very cool Dior Savage.
I still got something at the rookie.
Sin of the day.
Sin
Yeah,
of the day.
you know,
Of the
man.
day.
Get yourself together, man. Be out here smelling like a
Hit
great.
that real quick.
What? Oh, your poem? My man, come on over here, man. Do your thing. Do your thing, bro. Let's get her done.
No, you ain't sure one. He can't hear rhymes without hitting something.
Oh, you know he want to hit something.
I ain't going to that.
What? I said, man, that's got to be at a perfect time, man. Like, you know, it got to be on point when it get hit. You know what I'm saying? Me and young Boo, you sure, you know. Searching for God, that you may be in communion with the Most High, but his presence is where the mind and the word of the mouth are in union. The God body is on standby, because to have the mind of God is demanding. In righteousness, of course, is the course we may run while we doing so we sow seeds that we may sprout trees in earthly places, that we may sprout trees in earthly places, that we may sprout trees in earthly places of spiritual understanding. Damn it, why do they vandalize the temple? Still got blood in their teeth and unable to look over past the spiritual, unable to truly pass over to receive the Lamb of God. When the true healing is brought, they lust for the fabricate. Lamentations. The Lord hath swallowed up all the habitations, but still they salivate. What good is a body that kills itself? If you eat enough blood, you'll just lose more after the amputate. You got a matrimony packed with death.
In life, you got it backwards. What are we actually doing? Check the actions. Death could never hold life. That's word to the King of Kings. Bless the Master.
Let's get it.
That's word to the King of Kings. Bless the Master. You Paul bearing Paul believers have all conceived a demon.
No, Jesus.
Look at that. The same spirit they had that tried to make Christ slip up, but his feet held fast to the earth. How then could he get tripped up? He is the sword of Yahweh, so you've been cut. Yet you think you're more worthy than the heathen just because you got mud on your knees. Sacrifices are done away with, while you lie wait at the food line, waiting to mix the good with the bad, chicken salad with the croutons, but that's just blood on the leaves. Damn. Get it in.
Dang. You know what I'm saying? You know, shalom to the family, you know what I'm saying? Let's see. I bet. After the past days, reflecting on the message I've been projecting, definitely got me stressing, not at the point of depression, but it's weighing on me heavy. I feel like I split the Red Sea. I know that a blessing's coming. I'm ready to get it jumping. To free the slaves like Frederick Douglass. For 7 months, been underground like Harriet Tubman. Swing low, sweet chariots coming to swoop me up. I ain't gonna lie, to be honest, my mind it truly was a gift from God. If the odds against me, I'm gonna put my hands up, lift them high. It's the times when I look around, I know the end is nigh. In the sky, I see Christ standing on the right hand of Yah. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they doing. Clueless, they've been seduced and they proven the devil's point. This that evil spoken of. This the sect that the rebels join, and little do they know it is Yahweh that's working this. They'll rejoice when hell's destroyed and he built up the earth again, purged of sin, back to set up the kingdom, but first within. Caught the spirit, heard the wind. This her doctrine ain't learned from men, immersed and rinsed in the living water. With thirst we yearn for it. They saw the appointed airplane and felt the turbulence. They gonna down you when you finally find out what your purpose is. My verbal healing to classify me as an herbalist. Shout out YAH'KI HICKMAN. They body sicken with the things they eat. The only way that we take heed is if he got a PhD. See, just cause he a college nigga, they done scholarship him. Now his pockets bigger and his wallet thicker. Politics done made the man lost in the economic system. Mental prostitution. See, now the government trying to pimp us. Silent killers designed to divide and conquer. It's the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding we lacking, not the income. It's the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding we lacking, not the income. And I don't need no lawyer. My case stands. It'll never fall. I go before them all like Paul and Herod Agrippa. I think it's enough said. That most of these guys that profess to be wise ain't smarter than Beavis and Butthead. Dreaming of love when your people are sinking to bloodshed. When your people is sinking in bloodshed, once we find the real folk, beefing becomes dead. Yes, I'm kind of upset that we ain't never got together on top of bunk beds. In prison minds, we locked forever. Shot the messenger, that's one less problem to deal with. Been gone from the truth so long, they forgot what the real is. Social media programmed in the eyes of the children. While they feasting up in the ghettos, we poverty stricken. God is my witness, what I'm seeing is sickening, the toxic environments, killing the minds of the village that mob in the trenches. Whoa. Hey, my job's to end it. Been tried and sentenced, no crimes committed, still not convicted. I'm no sovereign citizen, but I stand up and get locked in prison or assassinated. You can kill the body, but time is endless. There we go.
I want to do my sons, man.
So what's up, man? I mean, it don't matter,
One last one.
Dang, my notes ain't even
Real
on point. Yeah, my notes
maybe
ain't.
it ain't.
Yeah, my notes ain't even on point. I can't even tap on my notes.
You can set it from my phone.
I still don't even like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my stuff. Like I can't. I have to send it from my notes.
No,
Oh, him. Do you got all of it though?
Yeah, I got all of it.
Oh, okay. That's cool. You got it in the order that I did? Okay, baby.
Just talk to the people.
But yeah, peace to the family, you know what I'm saying? We got something else coming up, Bless your ears a little bit.
Said bless your ears.
Bless your ears, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just sent it to you.
What else I have before we go?
Yeah.
Before the law and commands came, I was totally acting. Had a loud mouth, and I found out I was overreacting. All right, let's get it.
You go first. That's what
All right, yeah. I say, can you master this? The ability to give average men massive wits to get out here gathering and catching fish.
Can you master this?
Uh-huh.
The act of compassion with being passionate, a moving activist, and action given with more power than any Hollywood actor with a magic stick.
Wait, can you master this? Being captives in shackles when master been chastened in blacks and let no wrath come in?
Can you master this? Eternal spiritual practices that become hazardous to demonic factions, giving these bastard children of Satan a gut like laxatives.
Dang. Can you master this? The art of war, being the spiritual tactician out here battling and attacking sin.
And can you master this? Basking in baskets of ashes when lashes slash at your spiritual back for what you lack, being dragged into the dragon's den.
Can you master this? Having the word quicken your spirit, thinking faster than a semi-automatic clip, longer than natural bridge, spitting in a tense rapid blitz.
And can you master this? No airbags when you crash, head-on collision clashing with gigantic enemy barracks as big as the Titanic ship, yet through the power of the eternal Lamb that can't be fathomed, you still manage to ravage and completely dismantle it.
Who clashing with Jesus of Nazareth
to become the shadow of the true master? Can you master this? Where he will forever be honored, he will endlessly conquer, and we shall finally be one with the heavenly Father.
I know, right? My sons, you have unlocked the master key to majesty.
From past the scenes to Nazarenes, now I shall give you my own commandments. Hold fast to these.
For I shall reward you for the conquering of your past defeats. While enduring the sufferings and agony, you have gained the staff of Moshe that you made past the sea. Task complete. Now all the righteous have received the kingdom, the wicked shall weep and gnash the teeth for their blasphemies.
They scream, Master, please.
But I say, I know you not.
For the unripe fruit of the vine hath withered. Madness reaps the wrath of he who sits on the throne. Now detach from me.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, what do you say? Part two. Part two of the kingdom.
Into the kingdom.
Into the kingdom for part two. You know, you know. Let's get it in. Madness reaps the wrath of
They all pray. I'll be on there like, dang. Chopping with the boys. All right, y'all, let's go ahead and bring before the throne. Of course, Darius, you want some of them, you know, you want some of that fire, bro. So, you know, bring us something out. I just want to just remind the brothers and sisters to keep in prayer. Keep in mind the family. I Brandon Lewis, himself, his wife, and her son. There was in from what I'm hearing, a car collision, a car accident up in Marshall, Missouri, a couple of days ago. I heard the son is down here in Children's Hospital here in St. Louis. You know what I mean? So we need to definitely keep his family and all the sick in Israel, that the Most High honor all the prayer requests coming in these hours. You understand? And that he sent down a speedy healing, a healing that's complete, a healing that's understood, and the power, name, and authority of YHWH'S. All praise, glory, and honor to the Most High, forever living, anointed, beloved Son. May he send forth the spirit of comfort and healing for all those who have recently lost loved ones. The power, name, and authority of YHWH'S, Yahushua Nazarene, Malaki. May he send forth the spirit of peace, healing, and love, even toward our enemies. Even toward our enemies. We're going to conquer that spirit of hatred and anger that you got for us by sending love towards you and peace towards you. You understand? Because there ain't nothing personal. It's just all spiritual with us. And we love you enough to tell you the truth. If we got a strong conviction, we're going to stand up and speak. All right? May all the brothers and sisters of the faith find peace within themselves as well. Peace within their houses, peace within their bodies, their minds, their spirits. We call for and release a complete healing, a healing that's complete, a healing that's understood from the highest heaven. We love to see prayer request updates. We love to hear about the doctors being baffled because it increases our faith. Y'all walk in love, walk in life, and walk in light. Peace, love, light, healing, and balance. There's one thing we need out here. It's balance. You understand? So our praises, our glory, our honor to the Most High for the ever living, anointed, beloved Son, and the hearts and minds of all you brothers and sisters. I want to thank the Most High. I salute you, brothers and sisters, for making this big sacrifice. You understand? Of putting away the flesh pots and focusing on your bodies, which are the temple of the Most High, not being a graveyard of dead flesh. You understand? I know a lot of y'all feel better. A lot of y'all have healing testimonials that have come through, whether it be diabetes, high blood pressure gone, cancer gone. You understand? We can't do nothing but give the Most High all the praise. And y'all, all we doing is pointing you back to what was going on in the beginning. And massive healings are still happening. You understand? So we give credit and praise to where it is due. You understand? Shout out to all the haters, y'all jackers and naysayers. We love y'all too. You know what I mean? That ain't just talk or a fancy phrase. You understand? We send forth peace and healing and love your way. You understand? May you find what you're looking for. May you find what you're looking for in these last and final hours. All right. So all praise and glory now to the Most High. No flesh, no stress. All right, let's get her done. What you got for us, Hebrew?
Yahweh, through your eternal love and wisdom, we have found ourselves. We are not our mind. We are not our bodies. We are not our hearts. We are our minds, bodies, hearts, and the oneness thereof. We are the unity of our soul and spirit with the physical. I am. I am the masculine energy unified with the feminine. I am the atom. I am the experience and eternal wisdom of my thoughts. If someone shows me hostility, I was that. If someone shows me love, I am that too. I am the earth and a child of it. I am a light within the world, a son of the life of the universe. I am a child of light. I am a child of the law. I am one with light and law. I am the son of the living. I am an enemy to death. I am a conqueror of darkness. I am one who perpetuates life within and throughout himself. I am the son of my Father, and my Father is life. I live within him, and he within me. I am one of many and few, made in the likeness of my Creator, in spirit, mind, heart, and soul. I am the physical, spiritual manifestation of the love of my Father who is within and around me. I am who I am becoming. I am the image of Yah. Oh, Yahweh. I am your thoughts. I am your speech. I am your presence and life put into this earthly vessel, that through me and those of one and like mind, you can be shown to your creation, that they may see who is their maker, who shows love and mercy, who shows love and mercy to all that do his will, but do not choose the road to their own demise. The one and only true Elohim, God of all things, now and present within his law. For without is darkness. Selah.
Selah.
Praise be to thee, the light, the law, the light, and the love of this universe, the heavens and earth. Praise be to thee, O YHWH'S. Forever and ever. And in the name of Yahushua HaMashiach, the light of the world, we say now that we are the embodiment. We are the embodiment and image of that light. And every step we take, and every move we make, will be a declaration of war on the kingdom of darkness.
That's right.
That our words will be as swords to their throats, and our thoughts and our prayers will be as 1,000 and thousands of flaming arrows raining down upon the unsuspecting enemy. In the name of our King, Yahushua HaMashiach, and by the power of our Elohim, Yahweh. Say it with me. We are the image of Yah.
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 And the destruction.
And the destruction.
To the image of Satan.
To the image of Satan.
Hallelujah.
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 Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Praise the mighty Yah.
I'm talking about boys. Say it with bird. Hallelujah. Y'all real take this.
On right now.
What? What's going on, brother?
You're gonna be like, let's talk plant-based. Yeah. We're gonna be like, let's talk air-based. You know what I'm saying?
All praise and glory now to the Most High forever living Son. Say shalom, boss man. All right, y'all. We up out of here. Love y'all indeed and true. Be good at it. Strap it back up. Stop to Enoch. Don't stop till you see Yah. You understand? All praise and glory now to the Most High. We up out of here. Love y'all indeed in truth. No flesh, no stress. Y'all.